Universal law of the universe. Our planet, Earth, Gaia, Tara, we live in an electromagnetic universe. Race, human. All mass of the universe falls into the final compression node, dodecahedron, because it enables perfected compression of all electromagnetic nodes. See Star Mother Kit visual online for reference. The Fibonacci sequence, a sequence that is measured in all aspects of life. Sequence pattern, add the first two numbers in the sequence which gives you the answer for the third number in the sequence. This sequence is also known as golden mean ratio. Fibonacci sequence series. Add two numbers in the sequence to get the next number in the sequence, or multiply any one number times 1.618 to get the next number in the sequence. Fibonacci sequence examples. Examples of nature following this sequence. Fibonacci sequence examples. Here is the breakdown illustration of how nature takes shape following this sequence. Fibonacci sequence examples visual breakdown.
One everyday example of this precision can be found in the plants. Many plants, including elm trees, grow their leaves, twigs and branches placed exactly halfway around the stem from each other. Next in the series are plants like the beech tree, with leaves placed 1/3 of the way round the stem from the previous leaves. Third in the series are the plants like the oak, with leaves placed at every 2/5 of a turn. The holly plant is the next at 3/8, while the larch trees are the next at 5/13, and the sequence goes on and on. Notice the number sequence of these fractions: 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, and so on. Each number is the sum of the two numbers which came just before it in the sequence. This particular mathematical pattern is called the Fibonacci series.
Take, for example, the sunflower. The display of its florets are in perfect spirals of 55, 34, and 21. The sequence of Fibonacci. The sequence of Fibonacci. The sequence of Fibonacci. The sequence of Fibonacci. The fruitlets of the pineapple create the same spiral based on the sequence. The pine cone does the same. As currents move through the ocean and the tide rolls onto the shore, the waves that bring in the tide curve into a spiral that can be mathematically diagrammed onto a plot at the points 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, and 55. Buds on trees, sand dollars, starfish, petals on flowers are formed with this exact same blueprint. This blueprint can be seen around us on a small scale every day, but the greatest example of all is directly above our heads. At an average of 100,000 light years across, even the spiral of the galaxies above us are formed with the exact design. This sequence, or blueprint, appears to be the trademark of a designer, a proof of a creator.
Also known as the golden mean, the divine proportion is a mathematical formulation exhibited in everything from the double helix of DNA.
The DNA molecule, the code for life, is made up of two intertwining spirals. We find the 0.618 ratio between the helix's width and cycle length.
To the form of the human body itself.
Do something like measure the distance from the floor to your navel, and then from your navel to your head. If you're well proportioned, the ratio should be 1 to 1.618, and that ratio is seen all over the beautiful body.
people started noticing it. Artists noticed it. The width of the mouth in a beautiful face, for example.
Yeah.
Not in any face, but it had to be beautiful. If a face was beautiful, the width of the mouth was exactly 1.618 times the width of the nose. If the face wasn't beautiful, that wasn't the case. Dentists, in their dental work, noticed that the upper front tooth was 1.618 times as wide as the next tooth over, the lateral incisor.
Oh.
So the central incisor was 1.618 times the width of the lateral incisor, the next tooth over.
Wonderful. Give me some more examples.
Your fingers, your fingers are each called phalanges, and each bone of the finger is called a phalanx. And the phalanx that's the closest to your knuckle here is 1.618 times the phalanx that's in the middle, and that's 1.618 times the length of the phalanx at the end, which is your fingernail. So that was kind of amazing. This number would come up over and over again.
Then we find the Fibonacci ratio in heart muscles, in bronchial tube branching, even in the electrical potential of neurons, and as Roger Penrose pointed out, even in the arrangement of the brain's microtubules.
As we scan our universe, from the tiny flower to the awe-inspiring galaxy, we see the fingerprint of God. We see the fingerprint of God.
You see how, everything's falling in the same direction. So when everything, all these conclusions point to the same direction, that it's covered up and hidden.
Fibonacci sequence examples. Fibonacci sequence spiral breakdown. The spiral of the Fibonacci sequence above is the key signature of all life, as it's the key/geometry that enables perfected non-destructive charge collapse, as everything consists of electromagnetic charge, also known as energy/plasma. Understanding how this sequence enables charge/energy/plasma to infinitely compress, which is the definition of life force/infinite non-destructive charge collapse, allows one to see how everything is comprised of plasma, also known as energy, described as electromagnetic charge. As all of life pertains to being waves, known as frequency, known as sound, interconnected with light. Enabled by golden mean ratio, as it's the only way to stabilize those waves, as they converge non-destructively, because it's the only way energy/charge/plasma can take shape in the geometry its frequency entails, as it's the only way energy/plasma/charge can find a way out, and so, when those waves interfere constructively, they enable acceleration from compression of energy/plasma/charge at center, known as Planck, in order to enter the Planck threshold, which tunes the energy/plasma/charge into longitudinal EMF, known as gravity waves, known as life force, in order to enable infinite non-destructive charge collapse. Infinite wave sustainability. The term, key signature, is in reference to the geometry, the spiral and number sequence that take shape in this pattern. Shown in the example above, referred to as the Fibonacci sequence, formerly known also as golden mean ratio, generalized sequence. This geometry, the spiral, is the only way energy/charge/plasma/mass enables infinite non-destructive charge collapse, perfected compression, perfected embeddability, life force, as it's the only way waves can enter the Planck threshold, in order to be sustainable. Compression visuals. The rule is, if you fold a piece of paper of this size, Fibonacci example, demonstrated above, directly in half, you'd have space left over when trying to fold continuously the piece of paper. However, the Fibonacci generalized demonstration of the golden mean ratio sequence, the fold line is off-center, which allows this continuous fold of paper to have no overlap, allowing you to witness a cube embedding into a cube continuously, infinitely. This is the beginning of understanding perfected compression, perfected embeddability, 3D visual compression of Fibonacci sequence, golden mean. Infinite series breakdown. Here we are showing the breakdown of accuracy within this pattern sequence called the Fibonacci sequence. The Fibonacci sequence is a generalized measurement for demonstrating how life follows this mathematical pattern. However, figuring out the correct number sequence that allows the piece of paper to fold infinitely is the key to understanding infinite compression. And so, the measurement 0.618 is the perfected accurate measurement for perfected compression, perfected enfoldment, perfected embedment. Therefore, the perfected accurate number sequence for the Fibonacci sequence is 0.618, correctly known as the golden mean ratio sequence perfected infinite series, Fibonacci/golden mean ratio generalized number sequence, golden mean ratio infinite series perfected number sequence. Beginnings of understanding compression. This spiral from the Fibonacci sequence, illustrated in the example above, is referred to as golden mean ratio. This key signature, pattern/geometry, allows the transverse electromagnetic energy/plasma/charge to compress perfected/embeddability perfected/non-destructively. This is known as the key to all life forces, which is why life doesn't require charging stations to maintain existence. Life force is built to use universal law physics, which is enabled when transverse electromagnetic energy/mass/plasma/charge encourages the ether. Definition of ether: superfluid, compressible substance, whose compression and rarefaction is charge/energy/plasma/transverse waves, encourages the transverse electromagnetic charge/plasma/energy/waves/inertia. Definition of inertia: when momentum is applied, force is generated. In this case, continuous rotation creates continuous momentum and therefore force, which is the establishment of mass. In this case, it's referred to stored electromagnetic energy, generated from continuous spin rate, to be drawn to its aura/charge field, by a process of what is known as becoming centripetal, spin alignment of torus/aura field, driving order/force towards center/measuring self from center, center referred to as Planck, also known as the ability to implode, as it is the only way those energy/plasma/transverse/charge/inertia/waves can constructively converge/interfere, non-destructively, which only golden mean ratio allows. Enabled by tuning those transverse/ether/energy/plasma/charge/waves to implode/become centripetal, because there is a way out at center, known as the Planck threshold, which enables the ability for those waves to find a way out, which is by becoming tuned into longitudinal waves/gravity waves, as longitudinal waves require the correct symmetrical phase discipline/environment for those charge/plasma/energy/transverse/inertia/waves, to find the correct squeeze/geometry, to enable implosion through center, enabled by centripetal force, enabling life force to take flight, which enables this infinite continuum of all life forces/organized matter, being their own self-sustained propagation, life force, enabled by being phase coherent/a shareable wave with the rest of the universe, due to being centripetal. As everything in life pertains to being made of the same substance, known as plasma/energy/charge, enabled by transverse waves converging non-destructively, by becoming tuned into longitudinal, enabling infinite constructive wave sustainability. Once longitudinal waves have been established within this aura/charge field, this infinite continuum occurs within all torus/aura fields of all life forces, created by a process called phase conjugation, which is a process that enables those waves to converge/interfere, compress, non-destructively, demonstrated to our right, which demonstrates the translation of the transverse electromagnetic charge/waves/plasma/energy/ether/inertia. Definition of inertia: stored electromagnetic energy/plasma/charge generated from continuous spin rate. Definition of mass: within all torus/aura fields, into longitudinal compression waves/gravity waves, by translating compression of transverse electromagnetic charge/waves/plasma/energy/ether/inertia into acceleration, only in this geometry, which enables the transverse electromagnetic charge/waves/plasma/energy/ether/inertia to find a way out, through center, known as Planck, center of torus/aura field, through being tuned into longitudinal compression waves/gravity waves, enabled by tuning all transverse electromagnetic charge/waves/plasma/energy/ether/inertia to be centripetal, through the process called phase conjugation, demonstrated in the moving illustration to our right, which describes the precise geometrical, mathematical vortex that only golden mean ratio allows, to enable the correct translation of transverse electromagnetic charge/waves/plasma/energy/ether/inertia to be tuned from compression into acceleration, in order to enter through the Planck threshold, which is in reference to The end of the golden mean spiral, key signature/vortex image, provided top right, demonstrated above. This acceleration is generated by multiples of golden mean ratio, as those waves converge closer towards to center, Planck threshold, enabling this cause of acceleration, in order to pass through center, known as Planck, as those wavelengths and phase velocities, spin rate, add and multiply, recursively, constructively, as they interfere with one another infinitely, known as constructive heterodyning, within all torus/aura fields of all life forces. In order for the transverse electromagnetic charge/waves/plasma/energy/ether/inertia to find a way out, and so, those wavelengths and phase velocities multiply by golden mean ratio at the end of the phase, end of the golden mean spiral, to enable acceleration through center, to gain the correct velocity of the torus/aura field, to enter the Planck threshold, which enables the transverse electromagnetic charge/waves/plasma/energy/ether/inertia to be tuned into longitudinal compression, to enable the ability to disperse across the nodal array of the universe longitudinally, infinitely, which is how infinite non-destructive charge/energy/plasma/wave collapse/life force is established. Examples of golden mean ratio compressions: how transverse waves become centripetal/implode and therefore create longitudinal compression. Visuals on how energy creates blood cell structure. Now, understanding all life follows this sequence, we can take a deeper look into the construction of the blood cell. This is an example of how the spiral, golden mean ratio, of the Fibonacci sequence creates the blood cell geometry, also known as the Holy Grail, an introduction into electromagnetic wave mechanics. Side view of blood cell, top-down view of blood cell. Blood cell caption. Visuals on how energy creates atomic/periodic shell structures. Now, understanding all life follows this sequence, we can take a deeper look into the construction of the atomic/periodic table. Charge self-similarity perfected enables perfected non-destructive charge collapse, known as fractality, as it enables self-reference, self-reflection, measuring self from center, known as Planck, which is the cause and mechanism of gravity, which is what holds all atoms of mass together. Famous chemist Moon, at University of Chicago, discovered that the geometry of the hadrons, the protons and neutrons, in the nucleus of an atom, provided to our right, demonstrates the list of all elements, with the list of all platonic nuclei, number of nuclear hadrons, protons and neutrons, for all to see. Example, at the top of the list, we have 2 for helium. The hadron symmetry they make is shown in the symmetry examples below, highlighted in yellow, as the hadrons, protons, neutrons, all nest inside the nucleus. Taking the geometry of tetrahedron, cube, octahedron, icosahedron, demonstrating the geometry, the symmetry of the hadron stake, in the nucleus, of the whole atomic table. Tetrahedron, cube, octahedron, icosahedron, because perfected embeddability, is charge self-similarity perfected, which is perfected non-destructive charge collapse, which is only possible being golden mean ratio. Tetra, octa, cube is actually one nest, because octahedron inside, is 2 tetrahedrons, then outside of that, is a cube, so tetra, octa, cube is the same symmetry, from the point of view of wave mechanics. As everything is waves, which is frequency, which is combined with light, formerly known as plasma/energy/charge. Visuals on how energy creates electron shell structures. Now, understanding all life follows this sequence, we can take a deeper look into the construction of the electron shell structure. The entire atomic table is made simply of the interdigitation weaving of the s suborbital, p pi suborbital, d suborbital, f suborbital, s p d f suborbitals. So you interdigitate ssp, spd, spdf, you've got the whole atomic table. So if you know the shape of the spdf subshells, you can suddenly visualize the shape of every electron shell. Here is the s suborbital geometry provided in the example to our right, which are the images of a teardrop/torus blue picture that looks like two teardrops, labeled A, provided by atomic chemistry. P, pi suborbital, is tetracubic, because in the example to our right, you can see that the 4 electrons, pointing out in a tetracubic array, referring to the black and blue cube image, labeled B, as we see the tetrahedron, inhabiting the cube, thus the name tetracubic. Next to this example, we have what a clairvoyant witnessed, for this same p pi suborbital geometry, the gray cube, image example, labeled C, and to the right, image labeled B, is the way current nuclear quantum physics visualizes the p pi suborbital, which is still cubic. D and F suborbitals are 10, 14 electrons. Remember the SPDF orbitals are 2, 6, 10, 14 electrons, which as pairs means 1, 3, 5, 7 vortex pairs, or 1, 3, 5, 7 spin symmetry pairs, and the 5, 7 spin symmetry pairs, making 10, 14 electrons, making the geometry icosahedron/dodecahedron and dodecahedron/icosahedron, which are the shapes of D and F suborbitals, shown in the example to our bottom right. Green image, labeled D, is D suborbital geometry, and the blue image, labeled E, is F suborbital geometry. So the entire atomic table's electron shell's symmetry is S suborbital, is a torus/teardrop, p pi suborbital, is a tetracube, d suborbital, is a icosahedron/dodecahedron, f suborbital, is a dodecahedron/icosahedron, which all fit inside each other. Perfected embeddability. Golden mean ratio. This is an example of how the spiral, golden mean ratio, of the Fibonacci sequence creates the entire electron shell structure. In this detailed example, we can see how each face of the hexahedron is assembled, which has 3 vortex pairs, 6 cones. First image, here we are shown illustrations on how the spiral of golden mean ratio creates the cube/hexahedron. In the third picture we can see how the golden mean ratio spiral makes the cone shape, which is replicated on all faces of the hexahedron, showing the breakdown of how the construction of geometry is assembled. Fibonacci sequence, golden mean ratio summary. Brief summary of understanding. The sequence of the Fibonacci sequence is also known as the golden mean ratio, generalized sequence. However, the more accurate number sequence is defined as 0.618, perfected golden mean ratio sequence. This pattern holds a universal understanding, which is that life follows a direct pattern to this mathematical sequence, as it enables compression of electromagnetic energy/plasma/charge, which enables gravity, life force. Having witnessed the breakdown of how the structure of the blood cell and atomic table are assembled, which all derive from this geometry, spiral, pattern sequence, numbers sequence, golden mean ratio/Fibonacci sequence, which are the building blocks for all life, we can see that the Fibonacci/golden mean ratio sequence enables perfected compression, due to perfected self-symmetry, which enables embeddability, which enables the translating/converting of the transverse of electromagnetic energy/plasma/waves/charge/ether/inertia into longitudinal electromagnetic energy/charge/plasma/waves, also known as scalar waves, however accurately known as longitudinal waves, also known as gravity waves. This will be expanded on later on, meaning all life pertains to being a form of frequency, known as sound, measured as wavelengths, interconnected with light, formerly known as plasma/energy/electromagnetic charge/EMF, which in essence pertains to being transverse electromagnetic waves/charge/energy/plasma/inertia, which becomes self-sustained by becoming centripetal, and thus producing longitudinal compression waves at center, known as Planck, at the center of all gravity/aura/torus fields. In order for all of life forces to be self-sustained, in order to exist, only enabled by inhabiting this sequence pattern, golden mean ratio, which enables this to be so. Next we will be explaining how non-destructive charge collapse is the key to understanding what is gravity. Fibonacci/golden mean ratio generalized number sequence. Golden mean ratio infinite series perfected number sequence. Compression examples. Now having understood that all life follows this sequence pattern at the atomic level and blood cell level, on the right are the geometries of all elements of the Earth. Each platonic solid geometry is golden mean ratio, as its construction is of self-symmetry perfected. Therefore these geometries being golden mean ratio, means they are perfected in compressibility of charge/plasma/energy. Compressibility of charge/energy/plasma is referred to as a fractal. Compressibility of charge/energy/plasma is the reason for how a different array of frequencies can inhabit the same space, without collision/explosion, due to it being directly linked/codified, with the term called perfected embeddability, because to embed, one must be able to compress, as everything is created of the same substance, known as plasma/energy/charge. Therefore in order for all life to coexist, within the same space, all geometries of all life must pertain to being a construction of compression, which only golden mean ratio enables, which enables the ability for all plasma/energy/charge/frequencies to inhabit the same space, without destruction/collision, due to embeddability. As it enables perfected compression, which enables perfected non-destructive charge collapse. See Mother Kit for a visual understanding on how all platonic solids embed in the same space perfectly. Golden mean, compressibility and embeddability are two of the same term describing how life follows this pattern in order to exist. Mother Kit visual breakdown. Perfected compression, embeddability visual examples. Golden mean ratio, perfected compression learning mechanisms. Here on the far right you have what's called a jitterbug. This learning mechanism enables one to visually understand how platonic solids compress in the same space, showing embeddability of different geometries, and how they can inhabit the same space, without collision/destruction, due to golden mean ratio, enabled by perfected self-similarity, which is how all life forces can inhabit the same space. The reason this needs to be understood is because the law in which the universe abides by is driven by this law, as it allows all types of geometries/frequencies to inhabit the same space without destruction, as the universe is condemned to neg entropy, self-organizing, self-replicating energy. Perfected compression, embeddability visual examples. causation of gravity fields, visuals. Here are examples of gravity fields/torus fields/aura fields. They are enabled only by following the universal law of perfected non-destructive charge collapse, also known as perfected charge distribution efficiency, life force, caused only by golden mean ratio, as it allows for all geometries/frequencies to exist in the same space. Due to perfected compression, perfected embeddability, as one must become sorted into center, in order to absorb longitudinal waves, in order for life to take flight, in the geometry its frequency entails, which enables this infinite continuum of longitudinal propagation, due to centripetal force, driving order from center, allowing all plasma/energy/charge to measure from center, known as Planck, known as implosion, allowing energy/plasma/charge to find a way out, which enables the atoms of mass to hold together, known as gravity/torus/aura field. First image, showing how the golden mean spiral constructs the makings of the cube. Second image, showing the gravitational field caused by this equilibrium. Note, the golden mean spiral noticed in all life is also the same for the construction of the torus field, gravity field, aura field. Now, having seen how all mass of the universe inhabits this sequence pattern in order to exist, let's look deeper into the mechanism of what takes place at the center of this equilibrium of perfected non-destructive charge collapse, known as Planck, referring to the center of torus/gravity/aura fields, because the mathematical key signature, referring to the golden mean spiral, is illustrated in all creation, from the building blocks of all mass and gravitational fields, enables the ability to unlock the answers to zero-point energy, anti-gravity, portals, astral travel, ensoulment, immortality, fractality. Beginnings of explaining causation of gravity fields. Now, having seen how all mass of the universe inhabits this sequence pattern in order to exist, here we are looking at the center of this equilibrium, torus field/aura field that holds the atoms of mass together, formerly known as gravity. This center of equilibrium is known as Planck. What is Planck? Pine cones kissing noses, is the shape of compression required in order to tune the inertia, charge rotation stored to Planck, time and length key signature exponents, that meet by this equation, golden mean, that enables the critical escape velocity, to go superluminal. First image, in this image you can see the torus/aura assembled above. To our left is a visual of how the golden mean spiral creates the shape/geometry, that enables perfected compression of transverse electromagnetic energy/plasma/ether/charge/inertia, within the torus/aura field, whereby all transverse electromagnetic energy/plasma/ether/charge/inertia/frequency, EMF, becomes sorted at center, through a process called phase conjugation, whereby all transverse electromagnetic energy/plasma/ether/charge/inertia become tuned to a contiguous musical key signature, called Planck length and Planck time. What is Planck? Planck is the wavelength, in which every wave, that physics has ever measured, in both length and time, and so, transverse electromagnetic energy/plasma/ether/charge/inertia become tuned into a superluminal, longitudinal, compression, infinitely, due to the sequence of golden mean being infinite. And so, the wavelengths, and velocities, recursively constructively, interfere, infinitely, within the torus/aura field, whereby during this compression, referred to as phase conjugation, at the end of the golden mean spiral, you get acceleration towards center, towards Planck, towards the end of the phase, spin position within the golden mean spiral of the phase conjugation, which enables transverse electromagnetic energy / plasma / ether / charge / inertia to find a way out. By becoming tuned into a superluminal / longitudinal compression, tuning the entire universe to this universal wavelength, Planck time, and Planck length, referred to as mass, which enables this continuous infinite expansion, due to all life forces / mass being tuned to Planck, as it enables longitudinal compression, which all of the universe has in common. Perfected embeddability, self-similarity perfected. Second image, as all life pertains to being transverse electromagnetic energy / plasma / charge / waves, which become self-sustained, for all mass / life forces, enabled by the golden mean spiral, which is the geometry, within all torus / aura fields / gravity fields / phase conjugation, which enables the ability to tune all frequencies / transverse electromagnetic energy / plasma / ether / charge / inertia / waves, into longitudinal EMF, life force. Only enabled by assimilating in a perfected construction / geometry we see here, known as a caduceus, or plasma vortex, which only golden mean ratio enables, whereby this shape / geometry only allows those waves to constructively interfere, which perfectly compress / tune all transverse electromagnetic energy / plasma / ether / charge / inertia / waves, within all torus / aura / gravity fields, known as phase conjugation, into longitudinal compression, seeing how all transverse electromagnetic energy / plasma / charge / mass assimilates mathematically to this coherence of pattern, golden mean ratio. This does so because transverse electromagnetic energy / plasma / charge / mass absorbs the ether, which is described as a superfluid, known as plus and minus charge / energy / plasma / inertia, by becoming centripetal in its nature of order, fractal alignment / shareable wave, which enables the absorption of ether / longitudinal waves. By becoming ordered from center, centripetal, driving transverse electromagnetic energy / plasma / ether / charge / inertia into center, known as implosion, which enables the spark that ignites this infinite continuum, becoming its own self-sustained, non-destructive charge collapse. Negentropy, self-organizing, life force, whereby within this infinite continuum, all torus / gravity / aura fields have energy / plasma / charge, generating inertia, which is stored electromagnetic energy / plasma / charge, generated from continuous spin rate of charge / plasma / energy, which is the definer of mass, releases some of that stored inertia, stored electromagnetic energy / plasma / charge, generated from continuous spin rate, in order for transverse electromagnetic energy / plasma / ether / charge / inertia to find a way out. And so, some of this inertia becomes phase conjugated and tuned to Planck, which is enabled when some of that inertia is released into the top vortex of the torus / aura / gravity field, releasing some of that stored electromagnetic energy / plasma / charge from continuous spin rate, known as inertia, into center, known as Planck. Through a process of being tuned / made centripetal, through a process called phase conjugation, in order for transverse electromagnetic energy / plasma / ether / charge / inertia to pass through the Planck threshold, which is the musical key signature of the universe, whereby following the golden mean sequence, you'll find a mathematical number set that both time and mass, referred to as length, meet exactly. Thus the term Planck threshold for short, describing the connection both mass and time have in relation to reality, enabled only by this sequence, known as golden mean ratio. At the Planck threshold, you get acceleration towards center, as the phase velocities, momentum in which the wave travels in time, which is known as spin rate, multiplied by golden mean, times 1.618, and maximum wave heterodyning, layers of the wave formations, recursively constructively interfere, creating the ability for transverse electromagnetic energy / plasma / ether / charge / inertia, to find a way out, whereby it becomes tuned into a superluminal, longitudinal compression, enabling the ability to disperse amongst the nodal array of the universe, via the dodecahedron nodes of the universe, back to center. Because dodecahedron is the final compressional node, enabling ultimate compression, gravity diode, stabilization of gravity, as dodecahedron enables all other geometries to inhabit this space perfectly, perfected compression, which enables this continuous infinite process of plasma / energy / charge, known as life force. Here is a visual reference of what you'd see in this equilibrium of phase conjugation non-destructive, charge collapse / infinite cascade. Gravity field waves, visuals. Now we are looking at the longitudinal waves caused by the pattern that life follows, called golden mean ratio. These waves travel perpendicularly, from the center of compression. The geometry in these two examples shows the coherence each one adheres to. One following this sequence, golden mean ratio, whereby we can see two alters of flow of electromagnetic energy. The left S electromagnetic flow is transverse and the right has the flow of longitudinal. Showing charge distribution efficiency, is caused by the geometry / dielectric constant / harmonics, the right side inhabits which is golden mean ratio. When the electromagnetic transverse waves / charge / ether / plasma / energy / inertia, is compressed into center, Planck threshold, the energy / charge / plasma / transverse waves are tuned into longitudinal waves, also known as scalar waves, accurately known as longitudinal, also known as gravity waves, whereby these waves are dispersed from center, perpendicular from compression. Shown in example to our left and below. Known as a phase shift, L shift, referred to the word Elohim, as those waves of compression make an L-shape shift when entering the top vortex of the torus/aura field, which then becomes tuned to Planck into longitudinal compression, whereby those waves of compression travel out from center, perpendicular from compression, demonstrated by the arrows in the example below. Sacred geometry breakdown. Having understood that all life follows this sequence pattern, golden mean ratio, perfected non-destructive charge collapse / life force / gravity diode, in order to exist, as it enables electromagnetic energy / charge / plasma to be perfected, in distribution efficiency, life force, which is the beginnings of understanding how energy without wires works. We will explain this later on. Allow us to look deeper into the construction of sacred geometry, as they are patterns / geometries / frequencies that share the same common understanding, which is that life is condemned to negentropy, self-organizing, self-replicating energy / charge / plasma. The term sacred geometry derives from understanding the term fractal, as it refers to charge / energy / plasma distribution efficiency enabled, where the charge / energy / plasma / waves are distributed efficiently, because their compressible, perfected compressibility in physics is referred to as a fractal, which is enabled by self-symmetry perfected, which sacred geometry refers to, sacred space, where the little wave can survive without destructive interference, inside the bigger wave. And so, the term sacred means the presence of longer and longer wave coherence, which is what sacred space defines, the ability of that spark, of that charge/energy/plasma to unpack efficiently, longitudinal propagation/distribution efficiency, as it enables charge/energy/plasma to compress infinitely, known as life force, referred to as fractality, known as sacred geometry. This breakdown to our right allows one to visually see the makings of sacred geometry, whereby you have a multitude of patterns/geometries, all within equilibrium with one another, embeddability perfected, within this unified field of space they inhabit. These patterns of geometry draw electromagnetic energy/charge/plasma to become coherent/centripetal/implode within the organic field of space, as these geometries are all golden mean ratio, therefore enabling energy/plasma/charge to become tuned to Planck, whereby at the atomic level, the DNA within this sacred geometry space will be restored to order/neg entropy, due to the geometry driving increased order from center/centripetal force/neg entropy perfected, due to its coherence of geometry being self-symmetry perfected, golden mean ratio, animation of compression, embeddability of golden mean geometry, showing the making of sacred geometry, fractality. Golden mean ratio, perfected compression. Golden mean ratio geometry, sacred geometry visuals. Here are examples of fractals/sacred geometry, for one to familiarize oneself with how nature takes shape in this sequence we call golden mean ratio/fractal/sacred geometry/self-symmetry perfected. As we are now beginning to understand the process energy/charge/plasma/mass takes, which all derive from platonic solids, as they are golden mean ratio in their geometry, which are also the makings of the atomic and electron shell structures, which enables the assimilation of different compositions of geometry within this pattern sequence. Golden mean enables infinite forms of creation, as everything follows this rule in order to enable infinite non-destructive charge collapse, life force. Fractal, sacred geometry examples. All platonic solids compressed in one space, perfected embeddability, star mother kit visual. Fractal visuals in DNA. DNA responds to the sound photon coherence of your heart feeling bliss love. It is a phonon wave, means sound liquid. The DNA braids within the braid, recursively, embedding, creating very long wave coherence in the DNA, when experiencing bliss, love. Geometry of DNA, golden mean. Fractal architecture examples, explaining the difference between living material and dead material from a dielectric perspective. Example, when you hit a bell with a hammer, the ringing is called voltage. The longer it rings, the more dielectric constant it is. If it rings forever, it's a zero-point energy device, meaning it can propagate a weak charge field efficiently without dispensation of that charge field. Fractal architecture follows the same pattern, whereby it enables propagation of a weak charge field efficiently, allowing energy/transverse waves/charge, ether/plasma to compress perfectly, generating longitudinal waves/gravity waves aka life force. Universe, galaxy architecture. Now, having seen how life manages to develop this sequence, golden mean, in a variety of ways, self-replicating, self-organizing, self-aware, here we're looking at the architecture/geometry of galaxies/universes. This is how all galaxies expand into the infinite expansion of all life, known as fractality, self-organizing, self-replicating energy. The form of how DNA is expressed is how all galaxies and universes travel, following the same sequence pattern. Golden mean ratio. Fractal architecture of our solar system, galaxy. This is a visual understanding of how all expansion of galaxies/stars/planets travel through the universe. Fractality in magnets. Now, having seen how life manages to develop this sequence, golden mean, in a variety of ways, self-replicating, self-organizing, self-aware, here are some examples of magnets, showing this same pattern. Plus charge, minus charge. Fractality architecture of perception. Now, having seen how life manages to develop this sequence, golden mean, in a variety of ways, self-replicating, self-organizing, self-aware. Here we are talking about our perception to reality, which is influenced by our awareness/consciousness. Our perception is dictated by our DNA braiding beliefs, which is a fractal composition tuned to the spin density/toroidal domain of space/dimension of reality, whereby due to the composition of one's DNA geometry expression, acts as an anchor to that form of perception of reality, as one's perception is configured by the vortex compression/translation that takes place into the eye/optical cortex, which are shown in examples to our right, showing the vortex compression of plasma/energy/charge collapse that enables the translation of other forms of vortexes of plasma/energy/charge that surrounds you, known as life/reality, which is revealed to you based on the fractal composition of one's DNA/beliefs, is comprised to, which enables that spin density/toroidal domain/dimension/reality of perception to be inhabited, which befalls that relationship of reality to you. This is in reference to a term called permission to touch. For example, when a child has their feet in the ground and is of pure intention, the child, if they decided to, could put a hole in the cloud above, by their intention of focus and coherence, being a shareable wave, longitudinally enabled, allows the connection of the atomy of mediums of energy/charge/plasma, to bond together and grant the child access to the request, making a hole in the cloud. This is the beginnings of understanding the connectivity of all energy/plasma/charge that one has within reality. This practice is also known as action at a distance. Perception is based on one's beliefs and DNA braiding/fractal composition, as this acts as an anchor to that spin density/dimension of space, dictating perception of reality, which can be increased by embedding into longitudinal coherence, by driving practices of enabling centripetal force, known as the Bliss process, which braids your DNA, which allows one to enter higher forms of spin symmetry/toroidal domain/perception of reality/density. Fractality causes color. This example shows how color is made, which is via the phase angle of the torus of the photon, which is also known as an electron. Explanation provided below on how this process works in more detail. Fractality explained in language. Now, having seen how life manages to develop this sequence, golden mean, in a variety of ways, self-replicating, self-organizing, self-aware. In this example we can see how our language was created, which if you look closely, you'll see how the golden mean spiral within the torus, which from different phases, or angles, positions of the torus, the spiral is applied, creates the different letters of the alphabet. Learning the alphabet allows you to enter the fractal array, whereby to our right, we have the visual example of this understanding. Language was measured by tetrahedron geometry, as it's known as the most symmetrical of all geometries, as it's the constants of the energy/charge/plasma we see as light, also known as fire. This is the beginning of understanding how the origin of all life derives from this sequence, which allows one to understand all aspects of life follow this rule, as it's the only way life can exist. Perfected, shareable wave, fractality, golden mean ratio. Fractality causes astral travel/lucid dreaming. In this example to our right, we are shown how our electromagnetic energy/charge/plasma, soul, compresses into the spiral, key signature geometry of golden mean ratio. This example shows us how we enter the dream state of awareness, also known as the astral realm. This will be further explained later on. For now, understanding the mechanism on how all life is driven by this coherence sequence pattern from matter/mass to the energy/plasma/charge that resides in it, known as soul, is key. Summary so far. Now, having witnessed all examples of how life comprises itself into the many levels of dexterity in order to exist, known as compressibility, embeddability, fractality, as it's the reason for how all transverse energy/charge/plasma/mass compresses the transverse electromagnetic waves/charge/plasma/ether/energy/inertia, stored electromagnetic energy/plasma/charge, from continuous spin rate, infinitely. Whereby due to this continuous build-up of stored energy/plasma/charge, the energy/charge/plasma/ether/inertia/transverse electromagnetic waves must find a way out. Which takes place when sorting oneself into center/centripetal alignment, known as implosion, through a process called phase conjugation, which is a process that allows those wavelengths and phase velocities to add and multiply recursively, non-destructively, allowing those waves to enter a harmonic convergence, which interfere constructively, infinitely, in a ratio that is golden mean, in the geometry of a vortex/caduceus, golden mean spiral, which tunes the energy/charge/plasma/inertia/ether/transverse electromagnetic waves to Planck, which is the musical key signature that enables the critical escape velocity, that enables the ability for the energy/plasma/ether/inertia/transverse electromagnetic charge/waves to go superluminal/propagate into longitudinal compression waves, whereby we have this equilibrium of energy/charge/plasma/ether/inertia/transverse electromagnetic waves, becoming phase conjugated, in order to be tuned to Planck, center of torus/aura fields, allowing the energy/charge/plasma/ether/inertia/transverse electromagnetic waves to find a way out, and therefore, able to disperse through the nodal array of the universe, longitudinally, back to center, infinitely. Known as longitudinal EMF/gravity wave/life force, which demonstrates self-organizing/self-awareness/consciousness/ensoulment for all plasma/energy/charge, which is the introduction to defining what a soul is, and the importance of this acknowledgement. So quickly refreshing one's mind, we have shown the breakdown of what is the Fibonacci sequence, which is the generalized sequence, compared to the perfected sequence, known as 0.618, which then reveals the pattern all life follows, called golden mean ratio/fractality, which allows energy/plasma/charge to compress infinitely, known as life force, which is witnessed at the blood cell level, to how your soul enters the astral realm, known as lucid dreaming. Fractality is the term used to describe ways in which life/nature follows the sequence referred to as golden mean ratio, through a pattern/geometry, which is of self-symmetry, self-organizing, self-replicating coherence of energy/plasma/charge, as it enables compression. Sacred geometry is the term to describe sacred space, which is the definition of charge distribution efficiency, perfected in compression, known as fractality, enabled by golden mean ratio, which is of self-organizing, self-replicating, self-symmetry, perfected, which enables propagation of longitudinal EMF, which is universally understood and witnessed, in how all forms of nature take shape, as it's the only way to enable perfected compression. See Mother Kit for a reminder. Next we will be going into detail on all areas shown here. When transverse electromagnetic waves converge/constructively interfere, they do so when waves form like a rose, known as implosion, compression, centripetal force. Golden mean ratio harmonic convergence allows those waves to compress into longitudinal. Time and mass explained. Now having seen all of life derives by this sequence, that everything is a fractal enabling infinite non-destructive charge collapse, life force. We will look at the breakdown of how life takes shape, within knowing that all life is energy/plasma/charge, whereby it takes all forms of mediums, which is all of creation. Which brings us to how time and mass are explained within an electromagnetic universe. This is understood when looking at the compression of energy/plasma/charge. As this spin orientation/vortex, Fibonacci/golden mean spiral, illustrated on the top left, is an example for showing how all energy/plasma/charge assimilates as mass. Which is that all mass is a continuous spin of charge/plasma/energy, which builds inertia, stored electromagnetic energy, from continuous spin rate, whereby at the center of compression/Planck threshold, creates the assimilation of mass/energy/plasma/charge based on its frequency, which enables mass to take the geometry/form to be. Time is explained as the spin rate/period of charge rotation, understanding that the spin rate of the universe dictates the spin rate of all spin symmetry, of all living things. As all life is a fractal rotating form of plasma/energy/charge, whereby depending how phase coherent/centripetal the spin symmetry/life force inhabits, dictates the spin rate of what the term age refers to. As depending how centripetal or centrifugal you are, enables the ability to become your own center of gravity, dissociating from the spin rate of the natural order of all spin symmetries, dictated by the spin rate of universe, enabling death or immortality. When one refers to what age are we in, you're asking what spin rate/period of charge rotation in all existence do we stand in? Mass is charge/plasma/energy stored from continuous spin rate, which is referred to as inertia. Time is spin rate/length/period of charge/plasma/energy of rotation. Charge rotation is the definer of mass and time. This is an example of how energy/plasma/charge continuously spins, showing the energy/plasma/charge stored generating mass formerly known as inertia. The arrow in this example represents what time is, measuring the length or period of charge rotation. How long has the rotation been spinning for, is how time is explained. Visual example of mass. Visual example of time. Energy/charge/plasma breakdown, geometry, light, frequency, sound, explained. Everything in life has its own frequency, known as sound, interconnected with its own geometry, known as light, because everything is energy, which is described as electromagnetic charge, formerly known as plasma. And so energy/plasma/charge is the combination of light and sound, established by inertia, which is stored electromagnetic energy/plasma/charge, generated from continuous spin rate, creates the shell geometry of all matter/mass, which known as light, interconnected with frequency, known as sound, which defines the geometry of the mass to be known as a fractal. These are the building blocks for how all energy/charge/plasma assembles itself in the universe. Energy/charge/plasma is light and sound combined. One cannot exist without the other. In the example to the left, you'll see how the turtle's shell incorporates a similar pattern from the frequencies demonstrated in cymatics, showing that all of life inhabits this law in order to exist. Following this sequence of golden mean ratio enables perfected compression/perfected embeddability/self-symmetry. Perfected enables infinite non-destructive charge collapse. Life force. This is a video on cymatics, demonstrating the form that sound/frequency takes when given a medium to show the geometry it inhabits in mass/matter, also known as light/inertia. Known as energy/charge/plasma, as everything in the universe is comprised of 99.99% plasma, a recycled process of energy/plasma/charge that assimilates in a multitude of mediums as a fractal. As it enables this continuous self-organizing, self-replicating, self-awareness, perfected compression, perfected embeddability, infinite expansion, life force. Planck threshold explained. Now having an understanding of how life is a continuous expansion of energy/plasma/charge that recycles itself into an ever-growing assimilation of expression through a process of being a fractal, which is a mathematical geometry pattern that enables perfected compression, perfected embeddability. Due to the golden mean ratio spiral, known as the key signature, which creates all aspects of all life, because it enables infinite non-destructive charge collapse, which is the only way transverse electromagnetic waves/plasma/energy/charge, ether/inertia, can find a way out. Enabled by being tuned to the Planck threshold by a process called phase conjugation, which is when the transverse electromagnetic charge/waves/plasma/energy/ether/inertia, inertia is referred to as stored electromagnetic energy/plasma/charge generated from continuous spin rate, releases some of that electromagnetic energy/plasma/transverse waves/charge/inertia into the top plasma vortex, of the torus/aura field into the Planck threshold by a process of being tuned/phase conjugated/made centripetal, which means driving order from center, spin alignment of torus/aura field, being tuned into being fractal, whereby it becomes mathematically sorted, and therefore enabled into longitudinal propagating coherence. Because only those waves that sort themselves into center get to go on. And so, the transverse electromagnetic waves/charge/plasma/energy/ether/inertia becomes energy/charge/plasma propulsed from being tuned to Planck, and therefore enabled into longitudinal compression waves, which find themselves restored back to center infinitely, which is the definition of life force, which is also the reason why all life forces can exist in the same space without collision of each other, as all of life pertains to being transverse electromagnetic waves/frequency/ball of charge/plasma/energy, which is enabled because Planck tunes all life to a mathematical coherence, known as a shareable wave, in order to enable perfected distribution efficiency/non-destructive charge collapse/life force/perfected embeddability, which is only enabled by golden mean ratio. We will now look at the Planck threshold in more detail, and explain what takes place in this coherence/phase conjugation of transverse electromagnetic waves/energy/plasma/charge/inertia, as it compresses/phase conjugates, which is a mathematical sequence/geometry that enables the sorting of phases, energy/frequencies/plasma/ether/transverse waves/charge/inertia, to become tuned to Planck, which is demonstrated as the vortex cone/golden mean spiral in the center of the torus/aura field we see in examples below. This process is the only way energy/plasma/ether/transverse waves/charge/inertia can find a way out, which is enabled by accessing Planck threshold, also known as a mini black hole, which is what a ball of coherent plasma/energy/charge/mass is, a black hole, known as a torus/aura field, and at center, you have a mini black hole, known as Planck, a dimension of space, of its own, that enables this translation/phase conjugation of energy/plasma/ether/transverse waves/charge/inertia to be dispersed into longitudinal EMF, gravity grid array, enabled when compression turns into acceleration, as the phase velocities, spin rate, and wavelengths add and multiply recursively, known as recursive heterodyning, enabled by golden mean ratio. Due to this sequence pattern, golden mean ratio, being the answer to recursive adding and multiplying, enables the transverse waves/plasma/energy charge to recursively constructively interfere, whereby at the Planck threshold, you have acceleration generated from compression, which enables the ability for energy/plasma/transverse waves/charge/inertia to go through light speed times golden mean multiples, which are velocities faster than the speed of light, known as longitudinal, enabling the necessary velocity to enter through the Planck threshold, which only at the critical Planck threshold do you get energy/plasma/ether/transverse waves/charge/inertia compression, turning into energy/plasma/ether/transverse waves/charge/inertia acceleration, which is measured at Planck length, 1.61 times 10 to the minus 33 centimeters. Enables the ability of plasma/energy/charge/transverse waves/inertia to disperse compressionally, longitudinally, through the dodecahedron nodes/grid array of the universe, for it to be recycled again into the infinite series of expansion of energy/plasma/electromagnetic charge. Plasma/energy/charge rotation is the definer of mass and time. As mass is stored electromagnetic energy / plasma / charge, generated from continuous spin rate, referred to as inertia. Measuring that inertia is how mass is measured. Time is period of charge rotation. Measuring how long something has been spinning for is how time is measured. Enabled only by Planck, as it's the only way energy / plasma / ether / transverse waves / charge / inertia can find a way out, which is through center, by being compressed into a longitudinal compression wave, and therefore create infinite non-destructive charge collapse, infinite constructive wave interference. Proving how Planck is the route descriptor for defining the laws of existence for mass and time, as both mass and time simultaneously interconnect with one another through what is known as charge rotation, only enabled by Planck, as it enables infinite compression, suitability of wave / charge / plasma / energy formations, as it enables the translation of transverse waves to be tuned longitudinal compression waves, and therefore enable gravity / life force for all organized matter / mass, and therefore reality. As the waves add and multiply recursively their wavelengths, they add and multiply their phase velocities, momentum in which the wave travels in time, which is known as spin rate, by multiples of golden mean ratio, which enable acceleration to be generated from compression at the critical threshold, known as Planck length, 1.61 times 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, which enables energy / plasma / transverse charge / waves / inertia to find a way out, enabled by being tuned into longitudinal, in order to be recycled back into all creation. Planck threshold visual examples. Here are more examples, showing the breakdown of what takes place before the Planck threshold, which is where energy / plasma / transverse waves / charge / inertia, stored electromagnetic charge / plasma / energy, generated from continuous spin rate, releases some of that inertia into center, known as Planck, also referred to as a small black hole, by being tuned into centripetal order, in order to be tuned into a perfected state of compression, enabling the ability to be dispersed across the universe, longitudinally, in order to be restored back to center, by becoming tuned into an infinite state of compression, superluminal, longitudinal, in order to enable infinite non-destructive charge collapse / life force. We will be showing infinite compression within all life forces of a torus / aura field for all mass in the universe, with the example of the Mandelbrot fractal zoom, as it provides evidence of how everything in life is a continuous recycle process of plasma / energy / charge, taking the shape of what is called a fractal, generated by golden mean ratio. By demonstrating infinite fractal compression, which demonstrates how everything in life coexists in the same space without collision, due to the term referred to as a shareable wave, which is enabled by everything in life being a fractal, as it enables perfected compression, perfected embeddability, sustainability of gravity, life force. Because this sequence, golden mean ratio, enables infinite perfected non-destructive charge collapse. Mandelbrot fractal zoom, compression visual example. Planck threshold compression explained. All of space is compressed into a key signature called Planck length, which is directly linked, codified with Planck time, which means they are linked to a fractal core musical key signature called Planck length and Planck time, which if you times by golden mean ratio, Planck length or Planck time, you get almost the same fractal array, which is phase conjugation, which is the origin of negentropy, self-organizing, self-replicating, proving how the fabric of reality is sewn together. Morphing platonic solids, sacred geometry by Eoi, shows how platonic solids perfectly compress, likewise with the star mother kit. Fractal compression of the neurons of the brain to the universe. Fractal compression of your heartbeat, heart rate, and your breath. Fractal compression of how waves form. Graph series of sequence predictions. Fractality explained. Fractality is a geometrical, mathematical set that exhibits a repeating pattern displayed at every scale, self-organizing, self-replicating, self-aware, self-symmetry, perfected compression. Here is a graph showing the sequence of golden mean ratio fractal relationship to all life. Fractality explained in hydrogen. Now having seen the graph that predicts all compositions of life, by following this infinite series known as golden mean ratio, 0.618, we will look at how hydrogen is constructed from this graph analysis. Whereby from this graph analysis, the sequence predictions, derive from the mathematical equation, Planck, length or time times integer exponents of golden mean ratio. To calculate wavelength, it is Planck length, 1.61 times 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, times golden mean ratio, integer power, 116, 117, 118, integer power, refers to the multiple, within the golden mean ratio number sequence, 0.618, 1, 1.618, etc. provides you this list of wavelengths on this graph, and to calculate frequencies it is Planck time times integer exponents of golden mean ratio, which provide you the frequencies on this graph of sequence predictions, as both Planck length and time are both interconnected, demonstrated on the graph to our left, and the previous slide, which evidence the correlations of other frequencies and wavelengths that fall into this sequence prediction, Planck times golden mean ratio, showing all life follows this sequence because life is tuned to Planck, as it enables compression, longitudinal propagation, known as life force. Negentropy. The breakthrough with this detailed analysis allows one to see that there is a defining intelligence in all life, as it demonstrates that all of life coalesces into this sequence pattern, golden mean ratio, as it's the only way energy/plasma/charge/life force is able to compress perfectly. Now looking at the image on the bottom left, we have the 3 radii, radius, of the electron shells within hydrogen, jotted out for us to see, demonstrated by the graph analysis provided to our left, which shows the frequency number set of the electron shells of hydrogen, which follows the sequence of golden mean ratio, showing the connection this sequence has with all of reality, as life force requires to be self-sustained energy, which is caused by enabling perfected non-destructive charge collapse, which is only possible, being golden mean ratio, showing that the electron shells, radii, measure themselves from center, which is referred to as Planck, also known as a black hole, whereby before the Planck threshold, energy compresses/sorts into a mathematical coherence, referred to as phase conjugation. enabling energy/plasma/charge/inertia to sort itself into order/center, centripetal force, spin alignment of torus/aura, whereby energy/plasma/charge/inertia becomes tuned into superluminal/longitudinal compression as it enters the Planck threshold in order to find a way out. Both Planck length, mass, and Planck time, known as Planck for short, reveals that the radii/radius of the electron shells of hydrogen, measure from center, centripetal force, provides evidence of intelligence/self-awareness/consciousness/ensoulment. As the radii of the electron shells of hydrogen maintain deliberate ratio between one another, measuring from center, Planck, within the sequence of golden mean ratio, proving the awareness of the radii/electron shells of hydrogen, are conscious aka alive/ensouled, as energy/charge/plasma that is of self-organizing, self-replicating, self-awareness, consciousness, is the definition of what ensoulment is, formerly known as negentropy, which means self-organizing, defining all life as living energy/plasma to be consciousness/ensouled. Here we have a top-down view of hydrogen, with Dan Winters proving the radii, our golden mean ratio. Following this infinite compression sequence, here is a list of all atomic geometries/orbitals, for all formations of the periodic table. Becomes centripetal, as it refers to how those compression, transverse electromagnetic energy/plasma/charge/inertia/waves have to become focused at center, also referred to as implosive/implosion, to find a way out, creating the necessary environment for those, as it's the only way for those transverse electromagnetic energy/plasma/charge/inertia/waves to find the Planck threshold, creating the critical escape velocity, which refers to the geometry of the golden mean spiral, which waves/charge/plasma/energy/inertia follow in order to enter the Planck threshold, and thus, that is why consciousness is centripetal, gravity is centripetal, and therefore life force is centripetal. The reason why life force/the gravity grid array of the universe is centripetal is because it enables compression, which allows the transverse electromagnetic energy/plasma/charge/waves/inertia to find a way out, at center, known as Planck, in order to maintain infinite non-destructive charge collapse/sustainability of constructive wave interference. And so, when the inertia, definition of mass, which is referred to as stored transverse electromagnetic energy/plasma/charge/waves generated from continuous spin rate, releases some of that stored inertia due to the continuation of spin of charge/plasma/energy, which builds a continuation of inertia. Some of that inertia is released into the center of the torus/aura field, whereby it becomes tuned to Planck, to enable the inertia to be tuned into longitudinal compression waves, through a process called phase conjugation, which mathematically sorts all phases/frequencies/energy/plasma/transverse waves/charge/inertia into center/centripetal force, spin alignment of the torus/aura field to be centered, whereby energy/plasma/transverse waves/charge/inertia enters the Planck threshold, whereby energy/plasma/transverse waves/charge/inertia is compressed into a superluminal state. known as longitudinal EMF, enabling the ability for energy/plasma/longitudinal waves/charge/inertia to travel through the dodecahedron nodes of the universe, as dodecahedron enables ultimate compression of all other electromagnetic nodes/geometries/frequencies, as it provides sustainability of gravity, which is the essence longitudinal propagation and therefore life force, enabled by centripetal force, as it creates the ability for those transverse electromagnetic energy/plasma/charge/inertia/waves to enter the Planck threshold, and therefore become phase conjugated/compressed, enabling the energy/plasma/charge/inertia/waves/longitudinal EMF to travel through the universe through multiples of golden mean ratio times the speed of light, longitudinally, infinitely, whereby the compressed/phase conjugated plasma/energy/charge/inertia/longitudinal EMF finds itself restored back to center of the universe, all because of centripetal force, forcing those transverse electromagnetic energy/plasma/charge/waves/inertia to focus into center/implode, in order to converge harmonically/non-destructively, enabling infinite non-destructively wave interference, in order for those transverse electromagnetic energy/plasma/charge/waves/inertia to find a way out through longitudinal propagation. This is the cycle life force takes in order to be self-sustained energy/plasma/non-destructive charge collapse, by maintaining longitudinal propagation, enabled by centripetal force, access to the Planck threshold, whereby depending how centripetal you are, the more propagation of longitudinal waves you can produce, which is what throwing your weight around means, as you throw larger and larger toroidal/vortexes of plasma, which is in reference to feeling the force. Feeling the ether/plasma/energy/charge/waves/consciousness. As the saying goes, may the force be with you, Luke. In order for life to take flight, one must become centripetal in their nature of order. In order to enter the Planck threshold, which creates the ability to absorb the first longitudinal array, enabled by the longitudinal waves converging from two opposing sides, creates the correct environment/coherence to create this causation, known as implosion, as it enables the ability for those waves to find center, known as Planck, in order to enable longitudinal compression, which is the birth of life force. As one must become cantered in their attitude towards life/shareable wave/fractal in nature of order, in order to exist. This is how a seed becomes alive or doesn't. The more one becomes centripetal, the larger one's aura/torus field becomes, as it creates greater longitudinal propagation, which enables you the ability to enter higher forms of spin symmetry/relationship with reality/density, based on one's DNA braiding, geometry expression, enabled by centripetal force/Bliss process. Longitudinal waves propagating from energy/plasma/charge/inertia being tuned to Planck. Side view of plasma/phase conjugation vortex. Top-down view of plasma vortex. Longitudinal compression visual example. How shamans steer tornadoes. How shamans steer tornadoes. They embed into the tornado plasma intelligent life. They become the tornado. They feel the pain of the tornado. The tornado falls in love with the shaman for being heard and felt for its pain it holds. You have to enable your electromagnetic body to feel the experience of being the other plasma energy in order to connect with intelligent plasma life. Now we are beginning to understand that all life forms, from the atomic level, are self-aware, also known as consciousness, which leads on to showing how does fractality help encourage ensoulment/lucid dreaming/action at a distance/telepathy/astral hygiene/immortality. Firstly, however, we'll be showing brainwaves' harmonic coherence, in order to show how this all takes effect. Fractality explained in brain waves. Let's start by explaining how brainwave harmonics are measured. This is done by recognizing the pattern of golden mean, which in graphs are seen and referred to as a cascade, formerly known as a caduceus, which is illustrated as a golden mean vortex, shown in examples below. This is a caduceus. Its symbolism is the definition of how one defines a golden mean pattern sequence by seeing if there is a caduceus or cone approach to the number sequence recorded. Brainwave coherence explained. The reason why this is key to understand is that it is the reason for what encourages spiritual evolution in the body, mind and heart, as everything is proven to inhabit the sequence of golden mean ratio. Here below we are showing the coherence of brain waves of someone experiencing bliss, as it is recorded to be the most coherent emotion within the golden mean ratio sequence pattern. Both examples show the harmonics of an individual's brain waves from beta, alpha, theta and delta, experiencing bliss, whereby as an emotion, the frequency signature is golden mean ratio, which is evidenced here in these two recordings. Bliss is the key signature for braiding DNA, which is the building blocks for building consciousness/ensoulment. Fractality explained in DNA. In this example, we are being shown what takes place to your DNA when it's subjected to bliss. On the right below, you can see an image that shows full coherent DNA, which enters a circular shape, as it enters its highest form of geometry expression, fractal, known as toroidal DNA. This is the beginnings of understanding how entering the next dimension begins. The more your DNA braids, which is entering a higher form of composition/symmetry of geometry, that enables more fractality. Embeddability enables one to inhabit a higher dimension of space, aka toroidal domain/higher forms of awareness, consciousness. This bliss process is referred to as Kundalini/becoming the Keshorn light body/rainbow body/ensoulment. This is the moment your aura becomes self-aware of the energy/soul you are within the universe. This occurrence takes place the moment the DNA begins to braid, as it becomes self-aware. During the braiding process, awareness of self, consciousness. Example of DNA embedding: if you take a thread from a string, braided it into string, then braided into rope, then braided it into fat rope. When you started with that thread, you call that thread 5-axis of spin symmetry. If you took that thread and braided it into string, you have added another 1-axis of spin symmetry to that 5-axis of spin symmetry. Then if you braided that string into rope, you added another form of spin symmetry, the 7th, 8th and so on. By the time you're done, there will be very fat thick rope, enabling the ability to have a very much longer wave, which now is stored coherence in your DNA, which didn't exist before. That could be referred to as adding a strand, more accurately called adding a long wave of coherence. The presence of that long wave did not exist before, until it became braided. The braiding process only completes itself until you've had a lot of bliss. Recurrent bliss. The bliss process is the mechanism to enable this completion. DNA coherence explained. Below is an example of how DNA enters higher forms of spin symmetry, fractal, which is referred to as entering the next dimension of reality, because DNA is the codon that acts as a radio transponder, connecting you to the dimension your DNA is assembled to, which is enacted on. Based on one's DNA braiding composition/fractal geometry, which is enabled by how much bliss one experiences. This process is understood as Kundalini, which is a process that takes place in the body, which is the natural spiritual growth one enters when following the bliss practices, which is what makes your energy/plasma/charge/soul centripetal. The closer one becomes centripetal, means how symmetrical is the alignment of your torus/aura field is spinning. When measuring from center, the closer you become centripetal, the more you drive longitudinal propagation, enabling the ability to throw larger and larger plasma/energy/charge vortexes of plasma/energy/charge. This is the introduction of what it means to grow up, whereby one grows into a larger and larger form of plasma/spin symmetry, fractal. This is what an angel or elemental is, a larger form of plasma, whose enabled greater centripetal force/embeddability, which enables the access to higher forms of consciousness/awareness, no asteroidal domain, which are also referred to as ascended masters, which in the case for humans, they are humans who have braided one's DNA in bliss into its full-phase coherent, toroidal DNA, enabling the ability to connect to all forms of life/plasma/consciousness/toroidal domain, like the shaman connects to the tornado, through centripetal alignment. Enables embeddability perfected, whereby following the bliss practice enables telepathy, action at a distance, levitation, telekinesis etc. Heart coherence measured, showing DNA braiding density increased when the heart embeds in a longitudinal array, aka the emotion of bliss, as its frequency is golden mean. Junk DNA is a lie, it is a spacer, which is necessary to make the phase discipline work, to enable charge implosion. Fractality explained in DNA, Kundalini, now having been shown the brain harmonics of bliss, which creates a cascade of brain waves, also known as a caduceus, which is the signature pattern of golden mean ratio, whereby enables the DNA to braid from this coherence, whereby you enter higher spin symmetry of relativity, which is referred to as the next dimension. Here we will be going into the detail on how Kundalini works and why it's important to understand. Here in this example, we can see the breakdown of how the brain reacts when subjected to coherence aka bliss. The body engages into a practice called Kundalini. This process is the building blocks for spiritual awakening/spiritual awareness, as the braiding of DNA becomes self-aware as it preforms this process, whereby your aura/torus field becomes self-aware, known as the moment consciousness/ensoulment occurs, whereby you become aligned to the frequency bandwidth of that spin density of reality, whereby over a period of bliss exposure, you become connected to the commune of saints/collective unconsciousness. In this image to our left, you see how the brain reacts to bliss, which on the EKG is a standing wave, longitudinal, which makes the heart coherent, which is then able to control all the fluids of the brain to respond to its exact command. How Kundalini works. Explaining the science of Kundalini. Kundalini is a description of when your aura gets really big really fast. Once perfectly relaxed, a compression occurs whereby a tickle of lightning at the end of your tailbone occurs, which is the short wave of coherence in your DNA, embeds in the long wave of coherence. The hairs on your tailbone are microtubule waveguides for the microwave and high-frequency ultrasonic components, which gather, whereby the tailbone becomes a straw, which then, based on how much conserved sexual energy you have held onto or not, depends how much pressure is pumped up the spine. Liquid pump of ultraviolet light, pumped up to the homunculus of the brain, which a burning sensation arises and a feeling of a fountain of knowledge flowing through you occurs. Kundalini experiences. Here are some examples of what one might feel when undergoing this process. You have a feeling of freedom from the ego and from the material realm. You feel euphoric in the moment and have a sense of resounding peace. You transcend the dual nature of the mind and are able to see that we consciously create our reality. You feel love and compassion for all that is and recognize yourself as an intrinsic part of all. Ringing in the ear. Phone call from ancestors. Your mind is noticeably more still, with a new ability to focus on one thought at a time. Your mind is able to witness, observe, and discern. Old problems and even past trauma do not have the same effect on you anymore. You remember them, but they no longer bother you. You might feel pleasurable physical sensations. You have profound new insights into your life or even past lives. You have a newfound strength and clarity that allows you to make positive changes in your life without fear. Your creativity surges. You have a significant increase in empathy. You feel heat in the spine. All these and more are a part of the spiritual evolution the human body, mind and spirit goes through during the bliss process/ascension. Fractality explained in Astral Hygiene. Having seen the breakdown of how the human body, mind and soul are all interlinked to this universal truth, that everything is connected, everything is energy/plasma/charge, everything is consciousness, formerly all known as negentropy, self-organizing, self-replicating, self-aware, we will now go into greater detail to encourage this coherence, as all of the universe inhabits this order. In order to coexist in the greatest expression life has to offer, the breakdown of astral hygiene is understanding that everything is a form of energy/plasma/charge/consciousness/life force, which depending how one indulges, increases the centripetal force to be more aligned or away from alignment. We will go into detail with what increases centripetal force aka alignment, golden mean ratio coherent. As this is important for all to understand, as it's a reflection of how the relationship of reality responds to you. This is getting into the subject of communication with other life forms, telepathically or physically. As this is important to ensure how one avoids contact with a low vibrational energy/plasma/charge, known as evil. On our right is a scale of understand how one's actions in all existence constitutes to where one sits in their spiritual awareness. Fractality explained in Astral Hygiene, Diet. Here we will be showing the breakdown on what consumption of food, energy, you consume affects your spiritual evolution. The question is, how ensouled are you? When you ask yourself, what am I eating tonight, refers to am I going to listen to my soul's craving or other inclinations of perversions. So looking at the chart of emotions, we understand that bliss is required for the DNA to braid into eventually toroidal DNA, definition of ascension. This being the key to figuring out what consumption of energy we need to consume, to either increase our vibration or lower it. We consume the memories of the energy we consume, animal/fish, flesh, meat, The vibration of this form of food is cultivated in the lower spiral of emotion, as the animals are sentient, which refers to being able to feel pain, meaning that having the animal's life taken away without consent, forced, as all life seeks to live, never perish, will be the collection of emotions stored in this energy before it's slaughtered. This collection of emotional trauma, pain, cruelty is what level of energy you'll be consuming. Plant vegetation. The vibration of this form of food is cultivated in a high spiral of emotion, due to the fact that plants are not sentient, referring to whether they can feel pain. Stating that plants live in happiness, wellness, fractal, as they are designed for the very purpose of consumption, providing the energy consumed to be happy, love, fractal. Fractality explained in Astral Hygiene, Diet, Alcohol. This consumption of energy is in the lower vibration of the spiral as the substance is designed to bleed your aura. As it's made from synthetic means, referring to the structure of the geometry the energy resides at, it would be seen as very unfractal. This also draws astral parasites to eat at your aura. This is seen in all social environments due to the continuation of poor astral hygiene. You are susceptible to evil influences, thus the term, "What's your poison of choice tonight?" Junk food. This consumption of energy is in the lower vibration of the spiral as it's made by synthetic means, which if measured, shows your aura to look like a mud puddle. Dairy. The vibration of this form of food is cultivated in the lower spiral of emotion, as animals are sentient, which refers to being able to feel pain, being that having the animal's life continuously being raped with force, to lactate. The trauma based on how they are treated is the energy you are consuming, which is pain and trauma. Eggs. The vibration of this form of food is cultivated in the lower spiral of emotion, as the life that inhabits the egg was removed from existence, due to being forced to death. Known as sterilization, which is a collection of dead cells/dead DNA, whereby the consumption of this energy will be pain and trauma. Recreational drugs. This consumption of energy is in the lower vibration of the spiral as it's made of synthetic means, also measured to produce holes in the aura if abused. Natural highs. Weed mushrooms. This consumption of energy is in the high vibration of the spiral due to the origins it derives from. Because they are grown from the ground naturally, they are fractal and perfected in compressional energy. Rule being, anything that grows from the ground is created in fractality, whereas anything created by man is normally known as synthetic, the opposite to fractality. Fractality explained in Astral Hygiene, Meditation. Now having been shown how to increase one's vibration, by eating the correct energy/plasma/charge composition required to ascend to the next dimension, as you enter a higher sequence pattern of symmetry/fractal geometry/shareable wave, by consuming high vibrational DNA instead of dead DNA. Here we have another practice misunderstood, meditating. This practice is used to increase focus/centripetal force. Focus is the driving force of manifestation, which if harnessed, you could astral travel, become your own center of gravity and levitate, harness equilibrium over the elements, action at a distance and many more, as focus drives the current of your electromagnetic attention, which drives your relationship with reality. Focus is also referred to as a black hole, which is known as a coherent ball of charge/plasma/energy. The visual representation of coherent energy/plasma/charge is that of golden mean ratio, which is self-organizing, self-aware, energy/plasma/charge, as it enables infinite compression, known as life force, whereby under an electromagnetic microscope, we see all mass of the universe to be a black hole, which is a coherent ball of charge/energy/plasma. With meditation, The practice is to encourage focus, which is the driving force of your electromagnetic body. An exercise would be to put your focus into one fingertip and move it to all tips over time, proving the electromagnetic current of your focus is the driving force for all your experience with the universe. Attention is currency. Meditation suggestions: find a meditation that encourages you to feel the ether/energy/plasma/charge that surrounds us. This is stimulating your pineal gland, which is your sixth sense, the sense that allows you to build a connection of feeling the energy/plasma/charge which surrounds us, as everything is comprised of plasma/energy/charge, which is self-aware, self-organizing consciousness. This is a visual representation of how your aura/torus/gravity field maintains charge. The top example is how your torus field would look like being centripetal. However, being out of alignment is the bottom example, where your spin alignment is eventually going to run out. This is the definition of someone dying, losing charge/life force. Fractal explained in Astral Hygiene, Kinesthetics. Kinesthetics is the study of body motion, and of the perception of one's own body motions. Kinesthetics is the learning of movements that an individual commonly performs. The individual must repeat the motions that they are trying to learn and perfect them many times for this to happen. Another example of this is, if you run your finger in a spiral, golden mean, correctly, as you reach the center of that spiral, you should feel a tingle, spark of charge/energy/plasma. The reason why you feel this, if done correctly, is because if you complete the spiral with the quality of charge/energy/plasma implosion, called the quality of grace, the finger of God touching man as it were. The reason why you feel that spark is because you imploded charge/energy/plasma, called Chi/grace. It is cold plasma. Yoga helps you walk in the quality of grace. You're imploding charge/energy/plasma. The universal collective media of charge/energy/plasma, only when it's convinced that when those waves land on you, you will immortalize them. By having pure intention. Which is to say, be a shareable wave. Example, if you were walking by a mountain and had pure principle and had a moment of euphoria, the whole of that mountain will jump onto your body, and may the force be with you, Luke. Because that charge/energy/plasma bubble known as a torus/aura field around that mountain, knew very well that joining your aura, it would get immortal. Only if you had pure intention electrically measurable, as increased electrically phase coherence, in EKG. Fractality explained in Astral Hygiene. Prayer. Prayer is a common practice which has been misunderstood. Prayer is a similar practice as meditating. You are encouraging centripetal force through deep mental focus. Prayer is understood as having a relationship with the Creator, which is understood by explaining how everything in life consists of the same medium, which is referred to as plasma. This energy/charge/plasma has been shown in all examples of life, from the building blocks of the blood cell level, to the construction of the periodic table/atomic shell symmetry, which follows the pattern of golden mean ratio. Self-organizing, self-replicating, self-awareness, known as consciousness/soul/energy/charge/plasma/negentropy. For energy/charge/plasma to assimilate in the format it does, proves intelligent life is engaged, known as consciousness/ensoulment. Everything is a continuous cycle of energy/charge/plasma reassimilating in different forms of geometry, all created using the same laws, which golden mean ratio shows, meaning that the universe is comprised this way. Same continuum that we see in a torus/aura field, we witness in reality but in a greater scale. Prayer is building a relationship with the Creator, known as plus and minus charge. As everything comprises itself into this contiguous sequence pattern, known as golden mean ratio, whereby we witness at the equilibrium of the torus field/aura field, the demonstrations of the two forces of all creation, centripetal/centrifugal, which enables the expansion of all life we witness today. Self-organizing, self-replicating energy/plasma/charge, also known as Mother, Father Prime Creator, plus and minus charge. One cannot exist without the other. This equilibrium of relationship one builds through prayer helps the growth of centripetal force within you, which enables one to expand their own consciousness/focus. As it builds discipline, which is accuracy of focus, which enables manifestation by owning and maintaining connection/relationship with all, but especially the one that enables all life to exist. Fractality explained in Astral Hygiene. Grounding. Grounding is a process known for encouraging centripetal force, encouraging your energy/plasma/charge to access that frame of reference/coherence/toroidal domain of energy/plasma/charge, as it enables embeddability. Here are some good grounding examples. Clothing. The geometry of all natural/organic life assimilates from the pattern known as golden mean ratio. Because life only can exist in this form of sequence, as it enables infinite non-destructive charge collapse, life force. Understanding the choice of clothing either enables your aura/torus to grow, becomes centripetal, charge radiance or not, as it enables those charge/energy/plasma waves to unpack/implode/propagate, or not. Rule being anything from nature is driven to be fractal by the very nature of how life exists, which is that life force needs to follow this order in order to maintain existence. Hemp is known as a great example of being a high dielectric constant material. High dielectric constant refers to the constants of matter/mass being fractal at the atomic level, which enables propagation efficiency of electromagnetic charge/energy/plasma, whereby more efficient/fractal than other materials at the atomic level. Embedding in nature. A typical practice is to have your bare feet on the earth, as this creates a connection, which being an electromagnetic being, creates a relationship, known as a term called permission to touch, which is an example of a child creating a hole in a cloud, from having their bare feet in the ground, with a golden mean ratio cascade of brain waves, enabling the connection between the energy mediums that surround us, from the air energy/plasma/charge medium to the water vapor energy/plasma/charge, known as clouds. That connection of energy/plasma/charge, from the child's mind to the cloud granting access to make a hole in a cloud, is because of grounding/centripetal force that enables permission to touch all mediums of energy/plasma/charge as you become a shareable wave. Cold water, known to be superconductive, super memory, applying the mere wave breath exercise during when being under cold water, encourages discipline, causes implosion in the aura/torus field, whereby during this exercise you'll notice you have more mucus to spit out. The more still you get, the more your aura is ejecting what is not the right dielectric constant, meaning your body is sorting internally to be a better compositor. All mucus is the lower forms of dielectric constant that doesn't resonate with your constants/energy/plasma/charge/frequency. Breathing. Mere wave exercise. Golden mean ratio. 5 seconds inhale, 5 seconds exhale, enables implosion in the blood, measured by EKG. Fractality explained in Astral Hygiene, Architecture. Living architecture is the correct biological dielectric constant one should inhabit/embed in, as it affects the happier you feel, as its golden mean, because it's fractal. Whereas a constant that's made from aluminium and electrosmog creates dead air, bleeding your aura/torus/plasma/energy/charge field, aka your life force, because the dielectric constant is not fractal, not organic. It doesn't allow compression of energy/plasma/charge to unpack/implode/propagate. Explaining the difference between living material and dead material from a dielectric perspective. Example: when you hit a bell with a hammer, the ringing is called voltage. The longer it rings, the more dielectric constant it is. If it rings forever, it's a zero-point energy device, meaning it can propagate a weak charge/energy/plasma field efficiently without dissipating that charge/energy/plasma field. Certain Aboriginal tribes would live for 200 to 400 years old, because of the environment they lived in was a greater dielectric constant, which enabled growth in one's torus/aura, aka life force, to propagate coherently, thus live longer, as Luke Skywalker had to enter the forest with Yoda to feel the force, which is the coherence of one's torus/aura, allowing one to feel all electromagnetic energy/consciousness/plasma/charge. May the force be with you, Luke, embedding in a long Fractality explained in Astral Hygiene. Summary: what does hygiene have to do with the Bliss process? Simply put, get a big aura. Ascension is simply a name for the process of the number of harmonics, charge rotation superposed, increases. Therefore your torus/aura field gets big because the rotations become longer and longer waves. And so the tornado around you gets bigger and bigger. It's very simple. You need a big aura. You need to have a big aura to have an immune system, to be able to lucid dream, which will tell you if you're going to take memory through death. You need a big aura to be what you use to call God, which is simply a big plasma/energy/charge field, which gets around. So you need a big aura/torus, which encourages the spiritual evolutionary process the human race was always destined and meant to follow. This is the definition of being an ascended master. Phase coherent with all life. The rule is, follow all flows of life through these practices of encouraging fractality/centripetal force to your being, enables the ability to become the ascended master you always were built to be, also enables you to communicate with the universe, whilst ensuring you don't become influenced by low vibrational energy, known as evil. The vibrations of lower forms of energy participation builds a connection/bridge, where you are influenced by body, mind and spirit. This is known as archon bridging, whereby the host is driven by parasitic organisms, which are lower forms of energy, known as evil. It's also to note, this encouragement of lower vibrational habits encourages entities of that nature to be attracted to you. The saying goes, you are what you attract. This process destroys all parasitic entities of influence from body, mind, spirit, because only the shareable wave can sort and survive. Fractality explained in Gravity. Gravity is charge self-similarity perfected non-destructive charge collapse, because of fractality, which is the cause and mechanism of gravity, which holds all atoms, everything, together. Acceleration relations is gravity. Gravity is a name for charge acceleration. Gravity is caused by golden ratio, phase conjugation, plasma vortex tuning inertia to Planck, demonstrated to our right, as only golden ratio, phase conjugation, allows those waves to add and multiply, recursively and constructively. When phase velocities, spin rate/period of charge rotation, add recursively constructively. Known as constructive heterodyning, enabled only by golden mean ratio. And so, when phase velocities add recursively constructively, that turns compression of charge into acceleration of charge towards center, towards Planck, whereby the adding and multiplying of phase velocities allows the charge to be accelerated into a fractal compression towards center. The process of acceleration of charge towards center due to fractal conjugation is the name for gravity, because golden ratio fractal phase conjugation enables constructive heterodyning of phase velocities, that is the cause of the acceleration of charge towards the center of compression, center of symmetry, named gravity. Infinite non-destructive charge collapse. When charge passes through center/Planck, it becomes a compressional wave, which is accelerated through the speed of light, precisely at the Planck threshold, down that perfected implosive vortex cone. The transverse electromagnetic wave inertia is converted. The name for golden spiral in hydrodynamics, in physics, is called optimized translation of vorticity. The inertia is translated from up and down transverse, critically/specifically at the Planck threshold, Planck length 1.61 by 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, into compressional or longitudinal EMF, named gravity waves. That propagating longitudinal wave reaches the compression necessary to propagate, at the velocities of golden mean ratio, times the speed of light, as measured by Professor Raymond Zhao, who sought the velocities faster than the speed of light, which are almost always between 1.5 and 1.7 times the speed of light. Meaning golden ratio times the speed of light is evidently the proof of the cause of gravity. As those faster than light phase velocities begin to explain the physics of stargates, portals and wormholes, all because of perfected nesting. Example highlighted in yellow shows how recursive constructive wave interference is established. The pattern of golden mean ratio is as such: 0.618, 1.0, 1.618, 2.618. Add any two numbers, and you get the following, or multiply any number by 1.618 and you get the next number. For example, 1.618 squared is 2.618. So having the solution to both adding and multiplying, which we've known for centuries, you also have the solution to recursive constructive wave interference, and that is new information. That's what the equations prove, thanks to the Klein-Gordon equations.
Everybody wants to live together. Why can't we live together?
Gravity/acceleration explained. When charge enters the perfected vortex, down the golden mean spiral, recursively constructively interfering with one another towards center, not only do the wavelengths add and multiply recursively constructively, but also the wave phase velocities add and multiply constructively, recursively, generating acceleration from compression, as charge interferes constructively towards center. Referred to as phase conjugation, that reaction is the cause and mechanism of gravity. Enabled only by this particular geometry, known as golden mean ratio. As it's the only way waves can enter the Planck threshold, and therefore be tuned into longitudinal waves, enabling constructive wave interference. As it enables charge to generate the correct escape velocity, to pass through the Planck threshold, as charge is tuned into the correct acceleration from compression. Gravity is acceleration relations. The kinetic energy from the child throwing the rock is an exchange of energy, which engages until the spin rate of centripetal force/longitudinal propagation is brought back to its natural state of spin symmetry/longitudinal compression, which is what the rock will do when it hits the ground. Perfect nesting and perfected embedding is only possible when golden mean ratio 0.618 is enabled, as it enables connection to the Planck threshold, which generates access to the longitudinal array gravity grid, therefore enabling charge collapse, as all geometries within reality are a product of golden mean ratio, allowing the ability for multiple frequencies to inhabit the same space non-destructively, due to the ability of perfected collapse, due to the Planck threshold tuning all of life into centripetal force, in order to enable constructive wave interference, and therefore longitudinal embeddability, the reason why an object can fall to the ground. Fractality explained in phase conjugation in optics. Phase conjugate in optics occurs with four-wave mixing, if you get lined up, which the ancients call sacred four directions, correctly in physics, that's called four-wave mixing. How accurately the lasers have to converge in a cube geometry, in order to phase conjugate/implode, where the pine cones kiss noses, accurately called conjugation of phases, perfect implosion. At the center of those pine cones kissing noses, there is a universal wavelength. That wavelength is called Planck length and time, which is the musical key signature for every wave ever measured, because of longitudinal waves, which are gravity waves. The material used to allow those lasers, of four-wave phase conjugation in optics, is a phase conjugate mirror. The coating was wave-phase conjugate dielectric materials. Means super high dielectric constant materials. Capacitively they are implosive. Understanding what a super high dielectric constant is, you have to assemble http://goldenmean.info/phase conjugate visuals/ https://goldenmean.info/phase conjugate super resonant material, which is a material/energy that consists of a constants, that's of a super resonant dielectric constant, aka highly fractal, which if perfected, the environment for charge resonance will generate propagation. Efficient resonant charge propagation. The definition for high dielectric constant, which means what allows to complete their pine cones to kiss noses accurately, meaning perfected charge resonant material, which means perfect charge distribution efficiency. Visual of four lasers converging into center perfected, creating negentropy/self-organizing energy/plasma. Golden mean ratio pattern sequence. Fractality explained in phase conjugation, four-wave mixing. Showing how to get phase conjugation. In optics, you must have those lasers precisely in four-wave mixing. This is the only way pine cones kiss noses. Whereby looking at the image to our right, a Nunaki stone carving, showing us the term/process for accurately making lasers phase conjugate in optics. This is the first time ever to have measured negentropy, which is self-organization, which is time reversal. Time reversal meaning, a state of disorder can be brought back to order, not the other way around. Example, you can bring rusted steel to new, not the other way around. You cannot return in time to disorder, you can only time reverse to increased order. Fractality explained in negentropy. All of space is compressed into a key signature called Planck length, which is directly linked/codified with Planck time. which means they are linked to a fractal core musical key signature, called Planck length and Planck time, which if you times by golden mean ratio, Planck length or Planck time, you get almost the same fractal array, which is phase conjugation, which is the origin of negentropy. Negentropy is a term that describes the actions of an order in which life follows, which is self-organizing, self-replicating energy, self-aware, consciousness, life force, soul. This is the driving force for all life, which is golden mean ratio, perfected non-destructive charge collapse. Negentropic/fractality examples. Summary of fractality. Now, having been shown all examples and breakdowns to how fractality is expressed from the multitude of aspects, from the atomic level, blood cell level, mathematical sequence level, and now 4 laser mixing optics, which define all life to negentropy, which means life consists of an infinite series of expression, which follows a codex that enables life to compress energy/plasma/charge infinitely, to sustain its own charge/energy/plasma/torus/aura field, known as life force, an equilibrium of expansion of consciousness/self-awareness. As to refer to self, one must be symmetrical, in order to measure self from center with accuracy, known as self-reflection, which is the definition of self-awareness/consciousness, being aware of self. Known as Planck, by being centripetal, enables mass/life force to take shape, known as a fractal/fractality, which is the embodiment of sound light, which enables all life to consist of being 99.99% plasma, which all correlates to a center point of construction, formerly known as God/Mother, Father Prime Creator, plus and minus charge/energy/plasma of the phase coherent/fractal, known as Planck, of the torus/aura field, that enables this infinite expansion series, known as life. Now we will be looking into the breakdown of the universe and how and what is a soul. Soul, spirit, or explained. What is spirit, soul? It is a coherent ball of plasma/charge/energy, known as a torus/aura field. The soul/spirit is encouraged when following the correct coherence of habitual patterns that encourage your DNA to braid, which is to experience bliss on an emotional level, which correlates to the golden mean ratio pattern sequence, which enables infinite non-destructive charge collapse/implosion, perfected compression, perfected embeddability, enabling the geometry of DNA to enter a higher state of spin symmetry/composition, the moment of awareness of self, as the coherence of emotion enables increased order/centripetal force, which causes the DNA to braid, which in that moment, you begin entering a higher dimension of spin symmetry/toroidal domain of reality. This is the moment awareness/consciousness/ensoulment is activated within you. This practice enables the energy/charge/plasma of your aura/torus field to become self-aware, which is the moment you obtain consciousness, awareness of self, the energy/charge/plasma you are, the individual mind and being that sets you aside from everyone else. Over time following this practice, you'll notice the ability to lucid dream. Lucid dreaming is your soul compressing into the astral realm. This connection of being able to lucid dream is the secret to knowing if you're ensouled, as it's formerly known as the collective unconsciousness/communion of saints, where all shareable wave energy/charge/plasma shares the same fountain of knowledge, which is known as wisdom. Understanding the mechanics of lucid dreaming. When someone's DNA has leverage on the magnetic grid, form the car, if your torus/aura is coherent enough to spit out magnetic coherence longitudinally, known as their rainbow light body. That's called having a soul, because you're centripetal enough that the implosion of charge/energy/plasma at the center converts the transverse electromagnetic waves/frequencies into more coherent, longitudinal, scalar waves, and that allows you to inhabit an array called dreaming tracks, song lines, collective unconsciousness, center of being valuable. Soul, spirit, aura, visual examples. To the left is an example of what our soul looks like. Below that are the measurements of when the electromagnetic energy/soul leaves the body after death, proving the existence of soul/energy/life force, intelligent plasma/spirit/soul caught on camera. Soul history. In this example of a nebula below, also referred to as stellar nurseries, are the building blocks to unlocking the hidden knowings about yourself. Your eyes are said to be the window of the soul, which refers to the color and its orientation, as it's the code definition of which nebula you first incarnated into existence, as this is seen as the place where you grew into the evolved being you are today, over a multitude of incarnations and experiences of expression, which is life. This is why you'll be able to distinguish between different incarnations, due to the consistency your eyes keep to, as it is the window to your soul, the energy you home from. Harmonic inclusiveness is ensoulment, harmonic exclusiveness is lack of ensoulment, similar to the Monsanto's mistake. Your charge, electric field, soul, spirit is also known as a cold plasma field. Plasma means cloud of charge. 99.99% of the universe is made of plasma. A cloud of compressible ether. Everything is plasma. Your aura is made of plasma. If your tornado/charge field of coherence is coherently imploding and sustainable, you can throw your weight around. If you're not coherent, you're toast. You dissipate. That coherence is your aura field, which is referred to as your Ka, the definition of life and death, pain relief versus pain, charge restored versus bleeding charge.
It's fly and my makeup is all on. But 10 minutes later, all my makeup was gone. Because it's summertime. Because it's summertime.
Soul conception explained. The soul that inhabits the body is enabled by the conception of the emotional state each body adheres to. Here in the example of the emotional state of awareness, which is measured via the EKG example provided here to our bottom right. The emotional state of conception is a vibration/frequency, which correlates to what soul frequency can inhabit the body of the newborn. Having a child born from pain, suffering, hate, rape, the emotional level of conception would encourage a frequency soul level to come from that fractal array, that galaxy, that nebula, which wouldn't be as harmonic inclusive/ensouled, whereas a conception which was consummated in love, happiness, joy, consent. This frequency/vibration of this emotional state of conception will be of a higher frequency/nature of order/harmonic inclusiveness for the newborn. This is phase conjugation in reality, as both phases/frequencies/energies/heart rates sort into alignment, which is what phase conjugation refers to, sorting into center, locking into phase, becoming synced in their emotional state of sacred exchange. This is how phase conjugation takes place in reality/life, allowing all to witness how all compression of energy/charge/plasma assimilates in this mathematical coherence in order for all life to exist. Inbreeding is the definition of removing harmonic inclusiveness, as we understand, the more harmonics one has, allows better embeddability/leverage on the electromagnetic grid. As it is the definition of ensoulment, as the more harmonics one introduces into their existences is the definition of how immune health is measured. For example, if the harmonics were leaving a forest, this would predict the forest is dying. Whereas the opposite is true, for a forest being harmonic inclusive, alive and growing well. Spiritual evolution and ascension is simply how many harmonics are in your aura/how big is your aura, which is to apply all aspects of golden ratio to your life. EKG of hearts sinking during shareable experience.
Yeah, you know it's summertime. Summertime.
Soul conception/shareable experience visuals explained. Phase conjugation example.
Tonight means less is more. Feel that madness on the dance floor.
Universe explained. Everything in the universe is made of a single compressible substance, nothing but motion, nothing but waves, known as frequency, known as sound, interconnected with light. And that compressible substance behaves as a compressible fluid, which is compressed and rarefied, called the ether, which is in fact charge/energy/plasma. And when we have compression versus rarefaction, in other words plus and minus charge, yin, yang, which is the root descriptor of centripetal forces versus centrifugal forces, aka plus and minus charge, whereby you have charge compression versus charge rarefaction. Infinite expansion of fractality/plasma/energy/charge, plus charge/centripetal, implosion, compression, and minus charge/centrifugal, rarefaction, explosion.
Tasting the rainbows, now everybody's smiling, and I got love for those. Enjoy the madness. Taste the rain.
Meaning of existence explained. Everything in the universe is made of a single compressible substance. The meaning of life is expressed by the wave formation of the blood cell. This compression of a heart within a heart geometry provides us the clear understanding that love is the key to all life. It's explained that over incarnation to incarnation, you are shown how much love did one express in one life to another. Love is a frequency key signature that is harmonic inclusive. Below you will see the recording of love being shown as golden mean ratio when recorded during the expression of hugging one another, which shows us, this is the secret to all life. Bliss is the emotional state that enables braiding in the DNA, whereby on the emotional spiral of spiritual awareness, we can concur love is in this same plethora of emotional expression, which shows how one should walk in life, in order to fulfill their deepest desires. Now moving on to action at a distance, portal technology, perfected telepathy, immortality. Side view of blood cell heart within a heart. Action at a distance, longitudinal wave mechanics explained. Explaining longitudinal wave mechanics, if you had 10 or a million billiard balls touching one another, when that ball connects, the bounce despite the length of the billiard balls is always the same, being instant. However, if they were slight away from one another, it would take years to finally bounce at the end of the length of the billiard balls. In this experiment, being that, because of that perfect stillness, locked into that crystal geometry, allows that efficient propagation velocity. This connectivity and geometry only allows this, which makes this possible. Which is a stellated fractal, star mother kit for visual reference, enables the propagation of longitudinal compression to move from one location to another. Where those points of longitudinal compression take expression/cross points, such as ley line/grid array of planets/nodal array of the universe. Stargate/portal technology explained. Here we have many examples of portals. In the examples, we see they all have organic origins within their structure. The reason for this is because the constants of the material is a superconductive material. Superresonance. Superresonance encourages energy/charge/plasma to become sorted/centripetal within this space, which is also encouraged due to the geometry the portal takes, which is understood as the unified field, being circular. Being a circle enables all platonic solids to nest/embed, as they all embed within the unified field, controlling the constants of reaction within this perimeter, whereby enabling this equilibrium, you enable space to become fluid, like a membrane, due to longitudinal interferometry, whereby the portal compresses, implodes and propagates the longitudinal compressional wave into superluminal, faster-than-light velocities, which are golden ratio exponents, to the power of the speed of light, faster than light. Those multiples of golden mean ratio times the speed of light determine how many dimensions/axial velocities are propagating faster than light, creating that infinite, multi-connected topology, enabling the accessibility to travel through the dodecahedron array/nodes of the universe, when placed on a ley line, also known as the electromagnetic grid. However, there are other geometries that stargates/portals can inhabit, which provide this same effect, such as a hypercube symmetry, which enables the largest number of golden mean ratio harmonics to conjugate towards center, enabling the ability to travel a greater distance, due to the number of harmonics cascading towards center, dictates/enables the distance to be traveled. Only enabled if the measured, weak electromagnetic field harmonics of the stargate/portal are specifically tuned to implosion/golden mean ratio cascade harmonics, known as a phase conjugate pump wave, as it is the only way that enables those waves to become centripetal, therefore allowing those waves to go from compression to acceleration through the speed of light times golden mean ratio multiples, enabling access to the longitudinal interferometric array, which when touched, will read the guidance of your consciousness and project you to that location, based on whether the current location you wish to travel to has the same portal gateway for you to enter through. However, only if you are a shareable wave, you'll be sent straight to your desired location. However, if you're not a shareable wave, expect to be spat out anywhere across the cosmos. Due to the entire universe is made of 99.99% plasma, consciousness energy/charge/plasma, it is key to understand the equilibrium we live within ourselves and to others. Portals are more of the same sequence, being replicated, golden mean, in different mediums, driving more of this coherent energy/plasma/charge to activate, such as the letters around the edge of these stargates/portals, known as the Ophanomenochian alphabet, known as the angel alphabet, which are the shadows of the golden mean spiral assimilated in different positions within the torus, encouraging longitudinal propagation. Telepathy, astral travel explained. Where to go to make your spiritual powers to work, you go to where those bent dodecahedron, called pentadodecahedron, as a pentahedron, fits inside the same shape as a dodecahedron, you go to where the magnetic lines, known as ley lines, cross, because it allows you to embed into the longitudinal waves, for example, remote healing, encouraged by, if you both sit at magnetic line cross points when sending remote healing, Its DNA radio, great telepathy, used by the military. Why? Because of longitudinal embedding, which is also a form of astral travel. Reason why the magnetic line cross points are dodecahedron of the Earth/all plasma fields, is because it offers perfected centripetal force/perfected compression. Because the cross points of planets/all plasma fields are sustained by golden mean ratio, which sustains its geometry/fractal composition. Those points, where the lines converge, to create the geometry/fractal composition of all plasma fields, are the cross points which enable reduced nucleus critical mass, due to perfected compression/sustainability of gravity/longitudinal embedding/propagation. Because these cross points of convergence are dodecahedron, which enable ultimate compression, as it enables the transverse electromagnetic energy/charge/plasma/inertia to become centripetal. Due to the geometry, the convergence of those lines, being golden mean ratio upon one another, allows those pine cones to kiss noses accurately. Plasma vortexes, from opposing sides, phase conjugate, which enables compression into longitudinal EMF, whereby the transverse electromagnetic energy/charge/plasma/inertia can find a way out. By being compressed into longitudinal waves, within this space of infinite compression, see the Star Mother kit, to give you a visual understanding. These cross points allow all embedding of all transverse electromagnetic arrays/gravity diodes/charge/energy/plasma/waves/inertia, because the convergence of these cross points create longitudinal compression, which drives order/centripetal force, allowing all transverse electromagnetic arrays/gravity diodes/charge/energy/plasma/waves/inertia that inhabit this space to become longitudinally compressed. As all becomes tuned to Planck, enabling longitudinal embeddability, enabled by centripetal force. Everything pertains to being transverse electromagnetic waves, frequency, sound, interconnected with light, known as energy/plasma/charge, which all starts at tetrahedron, which is known as light, as a constants, which in order for it to exist non-destructively, God tilted the tetrahedron 32 degrees, which creates another form of spin symmetry, which enables the embeddability within the cube, known also as a hexahedron, created using the geometry of the tetrahedron, which then if you blink 5 times, with the cube, hexahedron, also referred to as tetracubic, tilted at 32 degrees and rotated it, you get dodecahedron/icosahedodecahedron, which is how all the s, p, d, f subshells/orbitals are established, which defines the entire atomic table, shown in examples prior. Showing embeddability is key, as it establishes how all transverse electromagnetic arrays/gravity diodes/charge/energy/plasma/waves/inertia needs to be, in order to exist, non-destructively. Enabled by platonic solids, which are the building blocks for electron shell structures, and nucleus of an atom, known as hadrons, as they are golden mean ratio, in geometry. Shown in examples prior. As it allows all transverse electromagnetic arrays/gravity diodes/charge/energy/plasma/waves/inertia, the ability to exist, in the same space. As all geometry pertains to embed perfectedly, enabling shareability of all charge/energy/plasma/waves/inertia/frequencies, to inhabit the same space, without collision. Due to perfected compression, as it enables perfected non-destructive charge/wave/plasma/energy collapse, enabled by all life being tuned to Planck, which is the musical key signature of the universe, enabling shareability/embeddability, due to longitudinal compression. which is what enables all transverse electromagnetic arrays / gravity diodes / charge / energy / plasma / waves / inertia to exist in the same space, defining how all life pertains to being plasma / energy / charge, which takes form in the multitudes of ways we see today. And so, all wave nodes / song lines / ley lines / magnetic lines of their cross points enable perfected compression / centripetal force, whereby at these cross points, due to all life pertaining to being a form of platonic solid arrays, enables perfected telepathy at these cross points, as it's in a place where all nodes, points of where the lines converge, of the fractal array, create sustainability of longitudinal compression, are made to perfectly compress, enabled by centripetal force. In other words, plasma vortexes converge, known as pine cones kissing noses accurately, at these cross points, which enables longitudinal compression of transverse electromagnetic arrays / gravity diodes / charge / energy / plasma / waves / inertia within this space, as everything in this space becomes tuned to Planck, enabling longitudinal compression, longitudinal embeddability. And so, at these cross points, are where the transverse electromagnetic arrays / gravity diodes / charge / energy / plasma / waves / inertia can travel and reassimilate at these various other cross points within the nodal array of the universe, due to longitudinal embeddability, as it allows the ability to travel and reassimilate at the areas where the compression is perfected. Longitudinal compression perfected, referred to the term known as action at a distance. This is where the convergence and reemergence takes place. Due to golden mean ratio, longitudinal embeddability, and so, remote healing, telekinesis and telepathy work perfectly at these spaces / places.
Every country's had a violent revolution for one reason or the other. Not one of them has the freedom we're all talking about. So we're saying give peace a chance, like nobody's ever done it before. And it's not a matter of, we're not thinking in terms of 10 years, we're thinking in terms of peace forever, And everybody's talking about now, I want peace.
Immortality explained. Immortality has already been shown to us in how energy / charge / plasma / soul / spirit / life force is created, which is through golden mean ratio, which enables perfected non-destructive charge collapse, infinite compression, which is the key to understanding how immortality works, which is the definition of life and death. Below to our left, we have the example of the spinning tops you have seen already. However, looking back over how this process works, is the key to understanding what life and death truly mean. So the spinning top, in reference to being centripetal, being the one stood up straight, will continuously spin, because the process of driving acceleration towards center keeps it continuously spinning. Whereas the spinning top, which is on an angle, will eventually dissipate due to its lack of centripetal force, causing it to eventually stop. Definition of death. As there is no charge radiance / centripetal force to keep it spinning, due to the spin form of focus being centrifugal / out of alignment. Knowing that the geometry of golden mean ratio promotes this centripetal force, as it brings energy / charge / plasma / inertia / transverse waves to become mathematically coherent / sorted at center, via the Planck threshold, tuning all inertia / energy / plasma / transverse waves / charge to become centripetal / superluminal, as it enables inertia / energy / plasma / transverse waves to find a way out, via being compressed / tuned into longitudinal waves via the Planck threshold, by a process called phase conjugation, sorting all phases into center, centripetal alignment, enabling the ability to propagate into longitudinal waves, also known as gravity waves, creates the environment for wave sustainability / infinite non-destructive charge collapse, therefore encouraging such practices of golden mean ratio centripetal force into one's life, encourages this infinite suitability in one's life force / aura, and therefore enable immortality. At the center of this equilibrium of compression, energy / plasma / inertia / transverse waves / charge becomes self-organizing, self-replicating, self-sorted. As it's the only way those waves can survive when entering the Planck threshold, enabled only by becoming sorted at center, centripetal, which is the definition of time reversal, bringing a state of disorder to order, which is what creates the necessary environment for immortality. Witnessed / demonstrated by the electromagnetic wavelengths emulating from the example below, creating the environment that enables this causation. Enabled by the harmonics measured from the pyramids, which coalesce within the Schumann harmonics, as they are tuned to enable centripetal force, and therefore the ability to enter the Planck threshold, as the harmonics measured, creates a cascade / caduceus / golden mean ratio frequency set, which is referred to as a phase conjugate pump wave, which creates implosion / negentropy and therefore enable longitudinal compression, whilst also in conjunction of the geometry and material used, being fractal, known as piezoelectric, creates this equilibrium we see here, whereby this cascade of all attributes enables longitudinal propagation / negentropy / time reversal / immortality. Immortality example. Here is an example of time reversal correcting someone's lung problems. This was said to be unable to be cured. However, when she went to the Giza pyramids twice, she already witnessed miraculous changes to her health, which are shown in the example to our right, showing that the driving force for life to exist, when replicated, we get restored order, formerly known as negentropy, which is self-organizing, self-replicating life force, which is shown in the water sample near the Giza pyramids below, which shows the atomic shell structure as being fractal, showing the restored order within this space of equilibrium of coherence is maintained. We will show the influence of frequency in water, as this proves more that the world is condemned to negentropy. Water sample from pyramid. Manifestation explained. Now finally explaining how manifestation works. To our right are examples of the breakdown of what takes place when one uses their spoken words, which all denote from the construction of the different positions of the golden mean spiral within different phase angles of the torus/aura field, which was shown prior. Here we have visuals of the golden mean ratio spiral, which creates the vortex, which creates the composition of words expressed, shown in examples below, to our right, whereby in the example, bottom right, we can see the combination, each letter constitutes two, having its own geometry, following the vortex/cone/spiral of golden mean ratio geometry. Having all the letters combined into a single word, generates its own unique form of geometry, which is shown in the water samples, top right, which show the geometry words take, which we can see, enter a fractal composition. The individual words take, when combining the individual letters, when expressing words, in the higher spiral of emotional expression, they show to hold a clear distinction of clarity/purity in the way they express themselves, being a fractal composition. Whereas we can see the distortion of the unfractal composition's words take, when expressing words, within the lower spiral emotional expressions. This is showing the influence one has with the spoken word. as it affects all energy/charge/plasma around them/within them. Whereby the term referred to, permission to touch, is the ability of being able to understand the importance of consent within all relationships, which provides a similar effect within the environment, in conjunction to how the distortion or fractality words inhabit, we have with all consciousness, which is known as charge/energy/plasma, which is 99.99% of the universe. Mastering this is one of the many steps to take in order to become the ascended master, which humans were always set out to be. So having seen how water assembles itself, based on the words one speaks, this is key, in order to understand, your thoughts have the same projection, just without the motion of the spoken mouth, which is demonstrated in the example R bottom right, which shows the influence of a group of students asked to change the color of this leaf gold/yellow, which was achieved and proven under an electron microscope, showing the power one's mind has, if channeled correctly. Manifestation experiment. Before, after. Manifestation visual example. Here we're going to show all types of word compositions, which have their own frequency and geometry, demonstrated here in the examples to the right, proving that we can clearly see the power of one's thoughts, that one has, as it drives the compositions that your cells take, dictating your perception and life experiences. As everything is a relationship, known as plasma/energy/charge/consciousness/shareable wave. Shareable wave visual example. Levitation explained. This is explained the same way for how all flight takes place, which is enabled by generating your own center of gravity critical mass, by longitudinal propagation, enabled by how much centripetal force is generated, enabled by how symmetrical the torus/aura field is spinning. This center of gravity critical mass is generated when enabling centripetal force that enables longitudinal propagation, which drives acceleration of charge/energy/plasma towards center, which is gravity, as acceleration vorticity is gravity relations. This driving coherence of centripetal force enables this ability to take expression. So as you become coherent/centripetal, you create a larger coherence of charge/energy/plasma, of your aura/torus field, which will generate your own center of gravity. Next we will be showing more evidence already discovered by others revealing this truth, as nature has the secrets to all flows of life. Levitation example. Here are examples of how nature unveils the mystery of flight. To our right we have a professor who studied the geometry of insects, whereby he noticed that the beetle's proportion of size, by the laws of nature and physics, the beetles should be too heavy for their wingspan and speed to carry them. So this discovery was found when looking at the shells of beetles, under an electron microscope, which revealed sacred geometry at the atomic level, showing all life follows this pattern sequence, in order to drive electromagnetic energy/charge/plasma to be coherent/centripetal, which if enough centripetal force is generated, enables their ability to create the correct critical mass, to generate their own center of gravity, enabled by longitudinal propagation, generated from the structure of their shells, due to the cavernous structures effect, and sacred geometry patterning, enables this equilibrium, which enables levitation, whilst the wings themselves also create vortex propagation, due to the designs having small cone-shaped holes, which would be golden mean ratio orientated, allowing propagation of longitudinal compression, generating the ability to maneuver up or down, depending on the propagation of the wing rate of the vortex propagation, within its own center of gravity, within its own torus/aura field. See examples of this displayed to our right. Charge restored versus bleeding charge explained. Pain is charge bleeding from the body. Restore that area of bleeding charge by engaging in fractal, golden mean actions/performances, which is the very essence of healing, as you drive your body to become centripetal, which means to drive your cells/energy/charge/plasma into restored order, from the origin of your being, the center point of the infinite source of your soul, spirit, self-organizing energy, life force/negentropy, to reassimilate back to order, having come from disorder. This is also explained for cancer. Electromagnetically, cancers are unified field constants in your overall DNA constants makeup, which causes distortion in your overall charge/energy/plasma distribution efficiency/life force, which by restoring to the order of origin, which is to go fractal, golden mean, you restore the order your cells assimilate to, which is its infinite state, curing all disease. Here we have examples of the damage we occur during our daily lives due to the lack of knowledge of perfected energy distribution, as our electronic devices cause us a lot of harm, as they are not tuned to golden mean ratio, from the chipsets, to the overall frequency it holds at. Keeping within fractal practices increases centripetal force/charge radiance, which entail means you are increasing longevity within your aura field/torus field/charge/energy/plasma/life force, known as immortality. Charge losing centripetal force, charge restored centripetal force. Growth explained. How to get a seed to grow, is asking how to get a seed to absorb a longitudinal array. The answer is get fractal or have it inhabit a fractal environment, which is exactly what Göbekli Tepe was made for. Which was to stimulate seed growth, which yielded 100%, because of the fractal design, as it enables order/centripetal force/implosion/negentropy to all energy/charge/plasma that enters this space. This also is in reference to fertility. As all life forces follow this very nature, in order to exist, as it encourages ensoulment, which is the infinite non-destructive charge collapse/life force, that sustains all mass/life forces, which is energy/charge/plasma, that enables all life to take flight, in its form/geometry, we know as mass. The seed absorbs the longitudinal array by becoming centripetal/fractal in its attitude towards existence, by becoming a shareable wave. One must become centripetal in order to enable the absorption of the longitudinal array, as this coherence enables the waveforms to form a rose. Only enabled by golden mean ratio, to enable charge/plasma/energy to find a way out, by forming into a golden mean ratio vortex, known as centripetal force/implosion, enabling energy/plasma/charge to be tuned to Planck, which enables the energy/plasma/charge to be tuned into longitudinal waves, allowing the energy/plasma/charge to find a way out. in order to be self-sustain energy/charge/plasma/life force, known as infinite non-destructive charge collapse, known as your aurora field/torus field. Just as the sperm enters the egg, the indent caused generates implosion/centripetal force, whereby we witness the visual representation of longitudinal arrays being absorbed in reality. Below we have an example showing the very essence of what absorbing a longitudinal array looks like, with someone being centripetal, enabling longitudinal arrays to emulate from them, which enables the seed to absorb this coherence/longitudinal array, which enables the spark that ignites infinite non-destructive charge collapse to take place within the seed, based on whether the attitude of the seed becomes centripetal. Having the longitudinal arrays, pictured in the example below far left, we witness energy/plasma/transverse waves/charge being compressed into longitudinal EMF, due to its geometry/dielectric constants and harmonics it resonates at, due to the harmonics generating what is called a phase conjugate pump wave, as it drives implosion, and therefore centripetal force, which enables waves to enter the Planck threshold, in order to enable longitudinal compression. Example of a phase conjugate pump wave, the Schumann harmonics, Earth's heartbeat, creates this cascade, which our golden mean ratio creates net entropy, within this space of equilibrium, witnessed by our healing example prior. Replicating this pattern allows all electromagnetic transmission to be translated into harmonic inclusiveness, which can be picked up at a distance, if the air is fractal and if the device has a longitudinal capacitor. Example bifilar Tesla coil creates this ability to establish energy/charge/plasma/waves without wires. This is the key for how everything in life should be constructed, in order to be phase coherent with all life. Placing architecture like so, on a ley line, enables that coherence/longitudinal array to be distributed/propagate/unpack across the planet, to those areas where the same environmental of equilibrium is maintained. As charge/energy/plasma can only unpack/propagate in a fractal environment. This is how charge/energy/plasma travels without wires. Key to our understanding the equilibrium we should be living in. Rotating conjugators/0 point energy/plasma/charge devices enables centripetal force, as it generates implosion, and therefore the ability to enable waves/energy/charge/plasma to enter the Planck threshold, and therefore enable longitudinal compression, which enables the ability to tune the surrounding ether/charge/plasma/energy/waves/inertia that surrounds us. As you create an environment more coherent than around you, you create this equilibrium, which is to copy the same design. All life force follows, as it allows the surrounding ether/charge/plasma/energy/waves/inertia to find a way out. Through longitudinal propagation, enabled by creating centripetal force/implosion within the surrounding ether/plasma/charge/energy/waves, being tuned to Planck, which rotating conjugators enable, which create propulsion/levitation/wireless power/fusion/0 point energy. This technique is known as impulse drive, and warp drive refers to this same principle, but you use organic matter to create this wave function of charge/energy/plasma/wave collapse/0 point energy/fusion. Following this sequence in all aspects of life is the way life intends to exist, and so should we. Our history explained. Firstly, let's take a look at our history, as this has been kept a secret and the bloodshed has been catastrophic. To the right of us we have an example of our current galaxy that connects us to the universe, which shows the curvature of the spiral connecting our galaxy to God, which has been severed due to the continuous wars between good and evil, God versus Satan. This war has already been won and seized in the glory of God, over a lifetime of encounters. Here is a detailed account of what took place for Earth's history in this cosmic battle. The next slide will be automatically playing the history, so if you wish to skip you can do so. Our spiral connection to Source, Mother, Father Prime Creator, plus and minus charge, has been severed, due to the Orion Wars causing planets/civilizations being destroyed in the process.
This universe you find yourselves in began about 20 billion years ago. As a point of light within the mind of God. This point of light was contained within a greater point of light, which was contained within a greater point, etc., into infinity. There is an aspect of the Godhead that has always existed, and that expands and contracts an infinite number of times. All of life is continually expanding and contracting, much like that device you look through with the coloured glass, the kaleidoscope. During one of the expansion phases, approximately 4.5 billion years ago, your world, you call Earth, was formed out of primordial dust and gas. Like all newly formed worlds, it was mostly hydrogen and a few other gases, not containing the kind of life you know. Throughout this physical-chemical process, the Godhead, in an expansion phase, differentiated itself into units of consciousness, which later became known as souls. These original souls, called the Founders, are what we represent to you. We were the original sparks of light that were showered out from the infinite source during this expansion. Our individuality began approximately 1 billion years ago, and we went forth to explore the creation. We found millions of planets in their early stages of development, including your world, and we remained in the form of sparks, although actually to you we look like large blue-white stars. Due to our relatively rarefied level of vibration, compared to the vibratory states of these worlds, we were unable to experience life directly on any of these worlds, so we would simply overlight or hover above the atmosphere of these worlds and observe the chemical processes taking place. At some point in the distorted time-space continuum, we decided to embed a tiny part of ourselves into the evolving worlds in order to experience them more directly. To do this, we created a multitude of energy patterns, precursors to what you call the DNA molecule. You would call these precursors light packets of conscious energy. These light packets were able to descend in vibration down to what you would call the 9th or 10th density. At that point, we were able to create intricate configurations of light codes, which you now call DNA keys. These DNA keys were the actual building blocks of life as you know it. We then densified these keys down to what you call 7th density, the first level of the actual DNA codes. As 7th density beings, we were finally able to experience this expanding universe directly as inhabitants of evolving worlds. We scattered our seed throughout the universe, going to many regions of the ever-expanding galactic clusters. As the clusters differentiated further into individual galaxies, we began the process described above and incarnated into several regions of each galaxy. Your galaxy, the one you call the Milky Way, was seeded in several quadrants. Your quadrant began in what you call the Lyra Vega region. It is here that the 7th density forms were manifested through manipulating and permutating the DNA codes. It took us nearly 900 million years to perfect this process, and it is only within the last 100 million years that we were able to create life forms in all the densities down to third density. The process of differentiation is difficult for most Earth souls to comprehend. The best analogy we can give is that of cellular division. Each cell that divides from a parent cell becomes an individual cell in its own right, just as powerful and creative as the parent cell, if not more so. Each 3D, 4D, 5D, 6D or 7D being that fragmented off from our parent cells, our 12th density core, became a sovereign being, or whole and complete soul, as it grew and evolved through time and space. At the same time, each fragment, as it becomes aware of its higher aspects, is able to align or connect with those higher aspects, and thereby remember what the state of undifferentiated source energy is like. In essence, each fragment of ourselves is intimately connected to our core, and our core is intimately connected to the Godhead, the undifferentiated infinite source. The process of descending into form is called devolution. An aspect of the Godhead, us, becomes more and more differentiated and extends itself outward into lower and lower densities, actually becoming more and more dense, until it reaches the level of simple existence. In other words, a part of ourselves extended outward all the way to the level of pure elemental awareness, or first energy. This is the density of what you call non-organic existence, the simplest manifestation of which is the hydrogen element. Once hydrogen is imbued with consciousness, the process of evolution begins. Of course, your scientists cannot measure the level of consciousness in first density because it is minute in comparison to third density. However, your scientists have discovered what you call the quark, and you have a measurement that you call Planck's constant. These units are aspects of first density consciousness, and are the means to measure the forces behind quantum fluctuations. However, we realize we are speaking to a general audience through this medium, and will therefore refrain from a technical scientific discussion. Now we will discuss the beginnings of evolution on your planet, corresponding to the time period between 100 million and 10 million years ago. We are the founders, happy to help illuminate your path of awakening. We began a discourse on the true history of your planet, but we didn't get very far, only to the point where the humanoid form began propagating throughout the universe. This form you have come to know so well, with its arms, legs, torso, head, etc., was the result of genetic experimentation and research comprising a very long period of time, about 900 million of your Earth years. During that time, all manner of exotic life forms were created by permutating the DNA strands and structures. Most of the animal life you are familiar with was brought forth as a side effect of this research. Forgive us, but we are going to back up a bit. This is a vast subject to most of your peoples, and we do not want to leave anything out. Life exists in many forms, some of which you would not recognize if it were right in front of you. There are carbon-based life forms, silicon-based life forms, and even lithium-based life forms. These are sentient beings with at least a rudimentary understanding and awareness of their presence and the love of the Creator. All life began in the simplest of states. Even hydrogen has a level of awareness. The Creator, in the form of us, began experimenting with different life forms. We found we could take the rudimentary consciousness of a hydrogen atom or a heavier metallic element and permutate the atomic structure, thus creating new and varying forms of life. All life forms we created had a natural tendency to become more organized over time and more sophisticated, gradually growing in self-awareness. The natural evolution of life forms followed what you call the Darwinian evolutionary model. All of our experiments and the experiments of other groups like us were represented by mutations or periods punctuated with intense growth and alteration of form and structure. Your scientists do not understand why there are so many mutations and alterations in living organisms. We are offering an explanation. As life began evolving from first density up the various mineral and plant stages, there eventually came a level of sophistication and awareness known as the animal stage, wherein it became possible for the higher density souls to incarnate directly into the flesh and blood of these evolving life forms. This is the part that is hard to understand for most of you, but it is as if a tiny fragment of yourself, the animal consciousness, was reunited with the larger part of yourself, your 7D consciousness, to incarnate into an animal form. The tiny aspect, the consciousness of the animal, would have to merge with the larger aspect, the consciousness of the incarnating soul. The cosmic in-breath involves the merging and assimilating of soul fragments into larger and larger conglomerations of consciousness. Incarnation is one way this process is accomplished. The pinnacle of this evolutionary process is the humanoid form. This humanoid form you find yourselves embodying was originally designed to be capable of experiencing 7 different dimensions simultaneously. It had the capability to sit, stand, walk, run, leap, fly, and teleport itself from one place to another. All of these were considered valuable experiences of physicality and ether reality. For this body you inhabit was quasi-physical in the sense that it could be made translucent and fluid, or it could be as solid as you experience it now. This body was designed specifically to work with the gravitational and electromagnetic fields of evolving planets, and its density could be shifted at will from the 1st through 7th level. During the 900 million year period of experimentation, there were many strange and exotic forms walking upon your planet. You are familiar with some of them, including the dinosaurs. These DNA forms were created as byproducts of our research and the research of other groups who worked with us. There was a period known in your mythology as the Land of Pan. This civilization took place near the beginning of the 100 million year cycle, which is, incidentally, about 1/2 of a revolution of your sun around the central sun of your galaxy. During the time of Pan, or Pangaea as it is sometimes called, the DNA experimentation was still going on, and there were no safeguards built into the Earth laboratory. This meant that various life forms could interbreed and create other exotic blends and hybrids. You are perhaps familiar with the Pegasus and Centaur and other creatures resembling a cross between horses and man, or horses and angels. There were many bizarre creatures roaming your world, all a product of genetic experimentation and interspecies breeding. Embedded within the genetic codes of every species was the infinite creator's plan of evolution, known as the in-breath of creation. The in-breath of creation issues forth the universal law of increasing intelligence and self-awareness. All life forms during the in-breath have a blueprint of ascension along the evolutionary spiral, and so as the bizarre life forms of Pan began to grow in awareness, they developed various levels of judgment and discernment through various mental and emotional faculties. They began to become aware of their creator, and they also began to become aware that they were spirits embedded in various physical and etheric forms. As sparks of the original, undifferentiated source energy, they felt a longing to return to that source. They began to realize that a part of that source had split off from the vastness of love and light and was going through this outer experience of embodiment. This is the allegorical reference to the tree of knowledge of good and evil in your religious teachings. These life forms were given a realm of creation in which to learn how to become gods in their own right. This realm is known as the fourth dimension, or the realm of mind and knowledge and imagination. Within the blueprint of every life form is the desire to create like the Creator, just as within every child born of a human parent are the potentialities, hopes, and desires of the parents. Every spark of divinity, as it experienced the various physical embodiments and species, was also developing its desire to become a creator. The infinite creator made a decision a long time ago in earthly terms to place no limits on what could be created by its fledgling children. This was known as the law of free will, and this law has been the source of all pain and misery upon your world and countless others. The Creator gave each one of you the ability to create, unlike the perfect blueprint. Within your fourth dimensional canvas, you could paint any picture you desired, from the lovely to the grotesque. The Creator wants to experience every conceivable idea and see it manifest on the canvas of the imagination. And so it is that many of the Creator's fledgling life forms experimented with their own DNA to the point of creating mishapen, malformed, and convoluted creatures with similar convoluted mental processes. Many of the sparks of divinity, souls, who ventured into these uncharted realms became so mesmerized by their own creations that they forgot they were seventh density beings of the Creator's light and love. As they became more and more immersed in these lower densities, they became identified with the physicality and ethereality of these realms. This is referred to in your religious teachings as the original fall from grace. A popular present-day analogy on your world would be the experience of going into a movie theatre. When you are deeply engrossed in the movie, you forget about the outside world until the movie is over, and then you wander dazed and confused out of the movie theatre, slowly piecing together the reality you left just 2 hours earlier. However, in the case of your fall, the 2 hours is more like 100 million years. So, beloveds, we have two processes unfolding here. The first is the process of evolution, from a tiny spark of divinity that begins as inanimate objects of the first density and slowly evolves through more and more sophisticated levels of genetic configurations, eventually making its way back to the Godhead. Then, at the same time, we have the process of devolution, wherein souls differentiate out of the Godhead as 12th density beings of light, and gradually drop their vibration down until they reach the 7th density, wherein they take the form of luminous beings of light. It is at that point that they then differentiate further through the process of incarnation until they are able to experience all the levels of evolution, from a grain of sand to the source from whence they came. In future segments of this discussion, we will examine how evolution and devolution are intertwined, and how souls possessing free will have the capabilities of entering into any level or dimension of creation and experiencing that level or levels. We will also continue with the history of your Earth, examining the civilizations that have come and gone from your world over time, and we will explore the various star races that have incarnated and invaded your world and influenced the life forms evolving on Earth. Greetings again, beloved creators. We are continuing our discourse on Earth history. It is a hard one to comprehend for most Earth souls, because there are multiple energy streams happening simultaneously, evolution, devolution, and constancy, at very high levels. Today, we will actually get down to the historical events of your timeline. As we and the channel have mentioned many times previously, time is fluid and not set in stone, as your rational minds would have you believe. Therefore, much of what we chronicle for you is subject to change, although the physical events have akashic imprints and will continue to exist on one of your past timelines. You, as a species, have the capabilities of changing your timelines to better suit your evolution. We will address that subject in greater depth at another time. We are not fond of issuing disclaimers in our communications because we want our words and ideas to stand simply as they are, without embellishment or compromise. However, it might be useful to point out that some of the ideas presented herein will echo what has been brought forth in your mythological and religious teachings, and some of it will likely contradict the writings and teachings you are already familiar with. We are not here to convert anyone to a particular way of thinking or convince you of anything. We ask that you remain open to our viewpoint of creation, perhaps realizing that we have a broader perception than most entities that have visited your world. How's that for a modest disclaimer? There have been 4 major civilizations, and a lot of minor ones on your planet, since the grand experiment began unfolding here. 1. Pangaea, 2. Lemuria, 3. Atlantis, and 4. the present. In addition, there have been 2 major events in your solar system that dramatically impacted the history of your world. A. The destruction of Maldek, and B. The destruction of the surface of Mars. We are simplifying the story considerably because there were numerous other events, some of which we will be going into in detail. These would include what your religious writings call the Luciferian Rebellion, which we refer to as the Orion Invasion, the infusion of the Alpha Draconians, reptilians, the reign of the Syrians, your biblical and pre-biblical times, and the quiet invasion of the Zeta Reticulans, Greys. Keep in mind that these are the only major ET infusions. There were many others, including input from certain Andromedan sectors, various levels and dimensions of Pleiadian groups, Venusians, Arcturians, Antarians, and others from Polaris, Alpha Centauri, and many other regions. Add to this the overseeing of your progress by the councils of Alcyon, the Great White Brotherhood, the Confederations of Light and their offshoots, Ashtar, Solar Cross, etc., and the many interplanetary priesthoods, Melchizedek, Metatron, Enoch, etc., and you have quite a bowl of porridge on the cosmic stove. Well, as you say, let's get on with it. Let's start with Pangaea. But let's put it into the historic timeline. The land of Pan was the pinnacle of success regarding the experimentation and interbreeding of various DNA strains. This was the paradise, or Garden of Eden, written about in your religious books. Most of the Earth was tropical jungle during the period from 200 million to 20 million years ago. You can see evidence of this by examining the geological formations, particularly in your desert areas. For example, the barren desert known as the Petrified Forest in northeastern Arizona was once dense jungle. Many areas, including your favorite hotspot, Sedona, was underwater for much of that time. In other words, your world was bathed in water and dense vegetation. In most areas, even the polar regions were teeming with life. The humanoid form was seeded on your planet approximately 100 million years ago, right in the middle of this jungle period. There were small groups of humanoids confined to relatively small areas of your world. These humanoids were 7th density beings with wings and highly developed telepathic and psychic abilities. They lived in paradise, They were loving and cooperative and communicated with the exotic plant and animal life that abounded everywhere. They extracted their food directly from sunlight and assimilated water through their pores. They had need of nothing but each other. This is a rough equivalent of what you call the Garden of Eden in your religious writings. The life forms during that time were varied and plentiful. About 60 million years ago, the dinosaurs were killed off when the comet Arunhatak made its 10,500 year cycle and came too close to Earth on this particular pass. The resulting cooldown destroyed a large part of the vegetation, but the Earth, in her amazing regenerative ways, was able to bounce back, and another fertile period ensued. There were only a few 100,000 humanoid forms on Earth at that time, and most of them retreated underground, and, with the help of various Pleiadian factions, created a subterranean world of great beauty and intricacy. This is where the legends of an inner Earth came from. We will talk about that at a later time. Most of the life forms of Pan were exotic and do not exist today. These are legends of a few of them, including the Pegasus and Centaur, no relation to Alpha Centaurians, and some of the creatures were descendants of the dinosaurs and early reptiles. The dragons got their folklore from two sources, Pangaea and the Draconian invasion. The early dragons were reptilian creatures that evolved along with the dinosaurs and were genetically manipulated by us and other ET groups. Later, the Draconians came to Earth with their own reptilian form and began interbreeding and creating exotic dragon forms. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. The fall of Pangaea was the original fall from grace as chronicled in your writings. This occurred when the sons of God, the seventh density Pleiadians, incarnated into the human forms evolving on Earth and forgot their divine connection. The humanoid forms, before the incarnation of the seventh density Pleiadians, had a rudimentary consciousness somewhere between second and third density. Your evolutionary scientists see the change brought about by the Pleiadian incarnations as an unexplained mutation that marks the difference between apes and humans. The incarnated Pleiadian humans interbred with the various creatures, hence the half-horse, half-man, and many others. The fairy kingdom was one of the offshoots of this interbreeding. Seventh density souls took on a human form that had wings. When they interbred with the four-legged creatures, one of the results was the Pegasus, or winged horse. As the humanoid Pleiadian souls dropped in vibration, their wings became atrophied, along with their telepathic and other abilities. They became more and more like the creatures evolving on Earth, more animalistic in nature and less able to formulate higher intellectual reasoning abilities. All this continued until approximately 10 million years ago, when the end of the cosmic cycle occurred and the electromagnetic polarities shifted. At that time, great storms raged across the Earth. As a result of the changing EM frequencies, a flood wiped out most of the creatures residing on Earth. This is referred to in your religious writings as the Great Flood. At that time, most of the Earth became covered in water, with a few remnants of land and life remaining here and there. The channel wanted to make sure we let everybody know that all our messages will be contained in a book at some point. What is your Earth expression? Don't hold your breath waiting. Okay, we are trying to have a sense of humour here. Apparently writing a book takes a fair amount of concentration and such. The actual receiving of the information is quite straightforward, but it is the preparation, editing and production of the book that requires the energetic output. At any rate, today we examine the major wars and infusions of souls onto your world that mark the beginning of what you call violence, and conflict. For many of you, this will not be a pretty picture, but I suspect many of you are mature souls now and can handle a little unpleasantry amidst all the glorious creation. Your Earth was not the only planet in your system that received ET attention. 10 million years ago, there were 3 planets that harboured life forms: Earth, Mars, and Maldek. These were the 3rd, 4th, and 5th planets from your Sun at the time. Yes, the environment on the 4th and 5th planets was colder and less hospitable than on Earth, but that did not stop the ETs from colonising these worlds. Those that came to Mars and Maldek were adventurous sorts, willing to endure the harsh winters and barren landscapes that dotted these planets. Although there were forests and plant life in the equatorial regions, and plenty of water and ice in the polar regions. Many of those souls that perished during the Great Flood of Earth reincarnated on Mars and Maldek. The civilizations already developing on those worlds were from many different star systems, and now the Pleiadian root race joined the mix. As you can imagine, the beings now residing on those worlds had dropped in vibration to the 4th density. Souls born into a 4th density world did not receive the same kind of loving attention that souls in 7th density experience. These outer planets were therefore a repository for a bizarre array of thought forms and thought creations, thereby resulting in a rich and varied astral realm, the realm of thought creation, imagination, and the dream state. Throughout this period, many beings from across the galaxy had taken notice of the Earth experiment and its neighbouring planets. A group of souls from the Draco star system sent scout craft to Earth about 40 million years ago, and again roughly 1 or 2 million years before the Great Flood, about 12 million years ago. Although they did not settle en masse, their reports back to the Draconian councils put Earth, Mars and Maldek on the map for exploration and possible conquest. Another group from the constellation of Orion also took notice of the fledgling Earth souls and their compatriots on Mars and Maldek. We of the 7th and 12th densities were still monitoring the Earth experiment closely, and these less than savoury civilizations from Orion and Draco were not able to gain a foothold on Earth due to our careful observation. It would have been like marching into a laboratory and announcing they were taking over the experiment. We had a protective vibration around Earth, and things like this didn't happen. At least, not at that time. However, the same protections were not afforded Mars and Maldek because, quite frankly, that was not our terrain. These planets were more of a free-for-all, and so come they did, in small numbers at first, as scouts and small settlements amidst the existing communities. Once interbreeding began to occur, the souls from Orion and Draco began incarnating as well. The Draco reptilian form found it hard to adapt to the Mars and Maldek environments, and reincarnation became the preferred method of infusing oneself into these worlds. Both the Orion and Draco systems had a wide variety of conscious beings, and the explorers who settled on Mars and Maldek were quite aggressive and warrior-like in their mentality. Their main purpose in coming to Earth's solar system was conquest and mining of natural resources, basically anything that would give them power and prestige. These souls had long ago forgotten their connection to Source and felt they needed to take from others in order to feel whole and complete. It was not long before war started to break out on Mars and Maldek. Due to Mars's proximity to Earth and the watchful gaze of our members, the Orions and Draconians were less willing to reincarnate in mass numbers on Mars. They preferred the relative distance of Maldek. They began coming in record numbers, and pretty soon the Maldekian civilization numbered in millions of souls. They built great cities out of stone, and in matching their consciousness, these cities had great fortresses and towers to afford protection from attack. At some point, the Maldekian peoples discovered neutron technology and began manufacturing bombs and wartime implements. At that time, several million years ago, there were no safeguards in place to prevent the runaway consequences of this technology. Although the Maldekian civilization began over 10 million years ago in Earth time, it continued to evolve into a series of warring factions. This warring attracted the attention of both benevolent and malevolent ET groups from various systems around the galaxy, but because of the non-interference agreement and protection of free will, little was done to intervene. About 3,200,000 years ago, and the neutron weapons were deployed. It was supposed to be a limited nuclear exchange between two of the warring factions. At this point, the DNA of the souls were a mixture of Draconian and Orion strands, both of which contained the aggressive genes. Each side in this conflict, although both sides had similar DNA, wanted to outdo the other, and the weapons grew increasingly larger and more numerous. The first exchange only destroyed a few thousand humanoids. The side most damaged would rebuild and retaliate, each time with greater devastation. Although it seemed to be discovered by accident, a particularly powerful neutron bomb was developed using a rare combination of elemental catalysts. The scientists involved in its development did not realize the extent of its destructive capabilities. This weapon was fired at a military base hidden underground in enemy territory. Within this base were hundreds of neutron weapons. The enemy, realizing the bomb was coming, attempted to get their base weapons airborne. Several dozen of the several hundred weapons were launched and exploded in the sky, creating a brilliant flash. However, they were unable to intercept the oncoming, more powerful weapon, and it entered the silos of the enemy and simultaneously ignited over 200 weapons buried in the ground. The combination of the explosion of the more powerful weapon and the 200 conventional nuclear weapons resulted in a powerful earthquake that tore apart the planet of Maldek and eventually broke it into hundreds of fragments, which became the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Over 10 million souls perished in the blast, and these souls later reincarnated on Mars. We and the other benevolent groups were horrified at what happened and petitioned the Godhead for a greater level of intervention to prevent this from ever happening again. The resulting blast altered the orbits of Mars and Earth and severely disrupted the etheric bases on Jupiter and Saturn. A wave of electromagnetic disruption went out from the solar system, and beings from all over the galaxy took notice. A council was convened in the Alcyon system, home of the Great White Brotherhood, and it was established that no more complete planetary destruction would be allowed anywhere in the galaxy. This is the end of part 2. Greetings, beloved creators. I trust you have found our series so far to be full of intriguing ideas. Has it brought up more questions than it has answered? If so, that's okay. Keep in mind that we are touching upon only the most basic of events and situations, and offering our perspective on the dance of duality as it has unfolded over millions of years. Some of you have been asking about the Orions and Draconians, Dracos. We have not gone into detail on these groups because it is not necessary. Suffice to say, our original DNA experiment sort of went astray, to use your earthly language. Other laboratory technicians and inventors came into the lab in the middle of the night and trashed our equipment and stole our samples and did their own experiments on them and started their own laboratories. Do you like our analogy? We have studied your language and customs for a long time and seem to know how to use the vernacular of your time to make our points. The Earth experiment can be best understood, however, if we continue our saga back in time to just after the destruction of Maldek. Over 10 million souls lost their bodies during the destruction of Maldek. Most of these souls took up residence on Mars, where a civilization was already in progress. The souls on Mars at that time were a product of our experimentation, along with groups from many different systems, including Orion and Alpha Draconis. Those groups left their mark many times along your evolutionary spiral, but never to a sufficient degree as to seriously alter your DNA blueprint, at least not yet. The souls from Maldek incarnated in the usual manner through among the Pleiadian, Orion, and Draconian lineage of Mars. The civilization on Mars grew significantly in numbers, until there were over 100 million souls. We will not go into the principles of soul fragmentation at this time, but suffice to say that the 10 million souls from Maldek fragmented into approximately 50% of the Mars population within a period of only a few thousand years. As the population grew on Mars, the fragile atmosphere became strained. Due to their distance from the Sun, both Mars and Maldek had thin and delicate atmospheres that could not take the strain of large populations, not to mention nuclear weapons. As the Mars civilization continued to grow, unrest between the various factions grew, especially since many of the Maldekian souls had not learned the lessons of war and had left their bodies suddenly during the catastrophic events there. Although most souls are counselled in between lifetimes, there was still a policy of non-interference, except to prevent another planetary explosion, and so Mars's inhabitants were pretty much left on their own, as long as they did not develop weapons sufficient to destroy the entire planet. The explosion of Maldek had altered the orbit of Mars and changed the EM frequency band significantly. The climate changed, and great canals were built to transport water from the tropical and polar regions into the desert intermediate zones. As the climate continued to become more unstable, wars broke out over water rights, and eventually conventional weapons began proliferating. A form of dirty atomic bombs were developed using heavy metals, uranium, plutonium, etc., and a war broke out using these weapons. Many souls were warned by members of the Brotherhood of Light, later the Confederation of Planets, and were assisted in building underground shelters and eventually underground cities. The Brotherhood and its related organizations neutralized many of the weapons to prevent a repeat of the Maldek experience. Nevertheless, the Martians blew holes in their atmosphere and severely disrupted the ecological balance, to the point of rendering most surface life forms extinct. Some survivors of the atomic bomb blasts made their way underground and joined those already there. Once underground, they continued to rebuild their civilization until a new level of order emerged. Of the approximately 100 million surface souls, about 10 million survived and went underground. To prevent further attacks, the underground cities of Mars were sealed off from the outside world, and scientists managed to create an artificial environment capable of sustaining up to 20 million souls. Over time, great dust storms spread across the surface of Mars and eroded most of the cities and their architecture. Remaining to this day are a few pyramids and rectangular buildings, enough to remind your scientists that there was once life there, although such information has been suppressed from the populace. As for the underground cities, they still exist and are still inhabited to this day, but have evolved into fourth density and are not visible to most people who inquire. Your scientists will discover some radioactivity on Mars that cannot be explained solely by natural rock formations. This is the residue of the atomic explosions, since some of the elements used have a half-life of millions of years. What happened to the 90 million or so souls that did not go underground? You guessed it. They migrated to Earth and reincarnated into the melting pot of Pleiadian, Orion, Draconian, and other groups that had reorganized since the destruction of Pan. Today's discourse begins a new level of information that comes with a disclaimer. The material given in this discourse, and the ones that follow, is based on information that has been heavily suppressed by certain powers and influences that have been in control of your planet for a very long time. It is our intention to reveal the information that has been suppressed, and to do so in the clearest and most accurate way possible. We are not aware of any souls in earthly embodiment that have disseminated this information in the past with 100% accuracy. This is due to the difficulty involved in extracting the information from the Akashic records. Although all information in the universe is freely available to anyone who sincerely requests it, only those souls that are no longer able to be influenced by the councils of Rigel and the Draconian councils have been successful in getting through the system of distortion placed in the ethers about your planet. In some of your channeled writings, this etheric distortion is referred to as the frequency barrier. Until recently, we have not been allowed by the Godhead to tamper with this etheric distortion field. It has only been since about 1950 AD in your timeline that divine intervention has included the ability to remove etheric distortion fields from your planetary sphere. In later discourses, we will examine the levels of veiling put upon your vibratory sphere and the reasons for each veil. Some of the veils are a naturally occurring phenomenon related to the drop in vibration experienced by 7th density souls on their way to experience 3rd density reality. Others were placed intentionally by various benevolent factions in order to prevent the so-called dark forces from gaining too much power and thereby violating the free will of ascending souls. Other veils were placed intentionally by so-called dark forces in order to prevent ascending souls from gaining enough power to put an end to Orion, Draco, and Sirian involvement with Earth. Since there are apparently no earthly souls that have been able to extract all this information successfully, we caution that this channel may not be able to extract all the information. Sal, Rachel, and the founders make no guarantees of complete accuracy for any of the channeled information given here. We urge extreme discernment when viewing any channeled material, and would encourage you to be wary of any channeled material that claims to be 100% accurate. That said, we need to lay some groundwork for what is about to be discussed. The Luciferian Rebellion is discussed at length in some of your religious writings, including a highly distorted book called Urantia, that to the best of our knowledge was brought to Earth by the councils of Andromeda. The information contained in that book was offered by various entities in the Andromedan councils, who attempted to access the Akashic records during the period 10 million BC to the time of Jesus Christ. Some of the information is accurate and useful, but the Andromedan entities were unable to pierce some of the veils surrounding the period detailed in these discourses. Therefore, many of these entities relied on second-hand information given to them by various members of the Council of Betelgeuse and members of Sirius A and Sirius B, who were participants in the Earth experiment during the time periods covered herein. Many of the angels and ascended masters had accurate information pertaining to that time period, but were not allowed to disseminate the information due to violations of free will and non-interference. The energy transmissions of our group, the Founders, and several other high-density groups are sufficiently able to pierce all the veils, regardless of who or what put them in place. There are certain visualizations and DNA code patterns associated with the stargates and portals that must be accessed in order to pierce the veils. The ancient mystery schools existing at various times on your planet were set up primarily to move souls along the spiritual path, to the point of being able to access these stargates and portals. The system of initiations and rituals given through such secret and not-so-secret orders as the Brotherhood of Masons, the Rosy Cross, Rosicrucians, the Order of the White Rose, and the Order of the Purple Rose were for the express purpose of teaching souls to pierce the veils. In the beginning of these organizations, a number of souls attained knowledge of the stargates and portals, and were able to pierce some of the veils. However, these souls were not evolved spiritually to the point of being able to remain pure in heart and mind, and many misused the information given. Due to lack of discernment, they gave the DNA codes to various negatively polarized ET groups, which enabled these groups to enter the stargates and portals and wreak havoc in the astral and etheric planes of Earth. These entities merged their DNA codes with the codes of evolving Earth souls, both directly through energy transmissions and through mass incarnations, thereby corrupting the original intent of the secret and not-so-secret mystical orders. All of the mystery schools mentioned above, and several others, have been infiltrated by negatively polarized ET factions, and as a result, the leaders of these organizations are controlled largely by the ego-based desire for power and control over others. This ego-based lust for power and control can be very devious and subtle, masquerading as one-upmanship and spiritual pride at having achieved this level or that level in the organization. With each level attained, the individual accumulates a greater degree of responsibility for the functioning of the organization and regulation of its members. This is especially dangerous when the ego is in charge. There have been numerous well-meaning world leaders who have gotten caught up in these negatively polarized energy fields, while still believing they are doing the work of God. This is one of the reasons certain elements of this information have not been revealed until this time. We, the Founders, are confident that there are now enough souls pure in heart and mind that would not, under any circumstances, misuse the information, that we are giving it through several channels at this time, including this one. We are not giving actual DNA code configurations during this current transmission, but we are giving the energy patterns necessary to pierce the veils. Some souls who attune to these messages will be sufficiently evolved to be able to pierce the veils directly. Others will need the proper DNA keys and codes, which will be given later. It is not our intent to withhold any information that is needed by your planetary lightworkers. However, even at our level of awareness and vibration, we have made what you would call errors of judgment in times past that partially led to the current situation on Earth. To the best of our knowledge, there are no ET groups or channeled entities that are immune to these errors of judgment. Free will is a complicated and challenging principle at all levels of evolution. While we thoroughly understand the mechanics of free will, we use the utmost caution and respect when making decisions that affect the free will of millions of Earth's souls. Up until about 1950 AD, there were virtually no controls in place to prevent the light and dark factions from battling it out to the bitter end. With the advent of nuclear weaponry, all that changed. and the Godhead issued the decree of divine intervention that most of you know about, allowing direct intervention in certain matters, when it was determined that such intervention would prevent the violation of free will of a large number of Earth souls. Once souls on your planet reach an inner vibratory rate of 5th density awareness, their well-being is protected by our dispensations, as carried out faithfully according to divine principle. One of your scientists, a Dr. Hawkins, devised a vibratory scale that is rather crude but somewhat useful, and we will use that scale to make our point here. Those souls whose inner calibration level is 500 or above, or whose outer calibration level is 400 or above, automatically enter a protective field of energy generated by our members and certain other high-density groups involved in implementing the divine dispensation. At this time, there are approximately 16 million souls on your planet vibrating at or above the levels indicated. Keep in mind, beloved creators, this is not a pecking order or device with which to feel more or less worthy. All of God's creations are worthy. Everyone on your planet deserves God's love. There is not one soul unworthy of being saved. Anyway, this is not about being saved. This is about being granted access to the stargates and portals necessary to assist humanity in breaking free of the effects of the Luciferian rebellion, which we shall discuss in a moment. Only those souls with pure minds and hearts are being allowed to access the sacred DNA keys and codes and enter the stargates and portals responsible for maintaining the veils of illusion on your planet. Any soul who sincerely desires to be free can and will be free. This is divine law. Ask and ye shall receive is as valid today as it was in the time of Jesus. However, there are certain safeguards built in to the ethers and astral regions of your planet that were necessary in order to respect the free will of souls evolving on your world. We will have more to say on this later, but at this point we will get on with your history. The pre-Lemurian period on your world corresponds roughly to 10 million BC until about 1 million BC. During that time, your world slowly recovered from the Great Flood, and life forms began to proliferate once again. After the destruction of Maldek and the atmosphere of Mars, many of those souls came to Earth and reincarnated, dramatically raising the population. Earth was once again mainly a tropical jungle, with about 90% water cover, and only the polar regions were cooled by comparison. Like attracts like, and as the souls from Maldek and Mars continued coming to Earth, the vibratory rate of Earth dropped to match their vibrations. When the awareness level of Earth dropped below 5th density, souls from neighbouring systems were able to access the stargates and portals surrounding Earth, which were not regulated at that time except by the law of attraction. Although the Orions and Draconians already had a foothold on Earth, they came by leaps and bounds once the vibration dropped below 5th density. This is the end of Part 3, Part 4, received by Sal Rachel. Channel's note: this section was revised and edited several times with the assistance of the founders in order to make it more readable and consistent chronologically. The words Dracos and Draconians are used interchangeably, but refer to souls originating in the Alpha Draconis star system. Greetings again, beloved creators. We are the founders, continuing our discourse and offering insight on the Luciferian rebellion. Up until about 1/2 million years ago in your timeline, Earth continued to attract more and more souls from across the universe. The vibratory level of these souls was generally fourth density, meaning that they were subject to the astral and etheric distortions inherent within that level of vibration. The genetics were now a blend of many races, but the Orions gradually began to dominate. War between Rigel and Betelgeuse had made life rather intolerable for many Orions, and Earth was seen as a place to begin life anew. Unlike the Dracos, the Orions were able to easily land directly on the Earth, in addition to coming through the incarnational process, and so their numbers increased significantly faster than the Dracos, whose reptilian bodies had a hard time adjusting to Earth's atmosphere and gravity. We, the founders, observed with dismay what was going on, but because we were not allowed to interfere, we were like lab technicians watching a specimen multiply out of control and doing nothing to contain it. The pinnacle of population during these times reached almost 1.5 billion just before a grand cycle around 200,000 BC. The first period of Lemuria started at about 200,000 BC, after one of the grand cycles of 25,920 years had completed. This particular shift wiped out about half of Earth's population through massive earthquakes. The EM shift caused certain lands to break up and move apart, and one landmass became particularly fertile ground for the development of a rather benign civilization. Souls who were attracted to this landmass were generally peaceful people, some originating in the Pleiadian sector, and some from Sirius and Orion. This continent became roughly the size of Australia and was located almost on the same longitude but a bit further north. What most historians do not realize is that civilization continued on the other continents during the first period of Lemuria, even though the vibration of the other continents was not as refined as it was on Lemuria. This first Lemurian civilization was later called the Land of Mu. It consisted of nearly 500 million souls at its pinnacle. About 3 grand cycles later, the EM fluctuations were such that another catastrophe ensued, and all the landmasses except Lemuria became flooded. Most of the souls who perished in the surrounding continents migrated, reincarnated, on Lemuria, and the population of Lemuria began to skyrocket. This became the second Lemurian period. This period was roughly from about 122,000 BC until about 100,000 BC. At the height of this second Lemurian civilization, the population again reached almost 1 billion people. These souls were not technologically orientated, but were tribal in nature, enjoying music and rhythm, and living in large cities along the coasts. Around 100,000 BC, the comet Ananhutak made a particularly close approach to Earth, and the tail brushed the atmosphere, causing dramatic cooling. The Lemurian people were used to the warm tropical climate, and all of a sudden the temperature dropped 50 degrees Fahrenheit in literally hours, freezing most of them. Those who knew what was coming fled to the sea. Many walked into the sea and drowned. A few tried to build undersea cities, but were largely unsuccessful. There are many legends of the sea that originated during this period. The Lemurian landmass eventually sank beneath the sea due to EM storms that followed the passage of the comet. There were only a handful of survivors, and they migrated to what is now South America and Australia, and later Hawaii and the Philippines. What has not been revealed before, and what has been heavily suppressed on Earth, is that the Alpha Draconians were behind the unusually close passage of the comet. Through a series of nuclear explosions in space, they deliberately forced the trajectory of the comet closer to Earth in order to destroy the civilizations there. The plan was to wipe out the existing life on Earth, and then land and claim the Earth for themselves. They were partially successful in this regard, but landing in their native bodies on Earth was a whole lot harder than incarnating into millions of already existing bodies. Suffice to say that they had a hard time surviving in their reptilian bodies due to the unfavourable gravity and mixture of gases in the atmosphere. Their native bodies mutated and grew in size as they adapted, although their overall numbers remained small. This was the main period that gave rise to the legends of dragons roaming the Earth. The Draconians, not to be defeated that easily, spent long years in laboratories aboard their spacecraft, splicing and mutating various DNA samples until they came up with a human Draco hybrid. The secret involved injecting reptilian DNA into the cerebellum section of the brain, where it quickly mutated the entire system. This part of the human today is still called the reptilian brain. While the characteristics of this part involve aggressive and competitive behaviour and the fight or flight syndrome designed to protect the organism, these characteristics, when combined with Orion DNA, became especially potent and dominated the entire organism. Today, about 80% of the DNA in humans is Orion in origin, or maybe we should say Orion Draco hybrid. What is commonly thought to be human nature is the result of this DNA manipulation by the Draconians and subsequent incarnation by the Orions. As stated in this channel's earlier works, our original DNA blueprint that we were so proud of was reduced to less than 20% of the overall makeup of human beings. Due to the low survival rate of the Draconians after the destruction of Lemuria, the percentage of humans with true reptilian DNA on Earth has remained rather low. Most of the settling of Earth after 100,000 BC and before Atlantis was done by the councils of Rigel and councils of Betelgeuse from Orion. Note, long after the wars in the Orion sector came to an end, over 100,000 years ago, many of the factions that migrated to Earth continued to stay locked in battle mentally to the present day. As you can see by looking around, this trait ranges from civilized militarism and fervent patriotism to overt hostility and barbaric customs. We feel it important to add an explanation here regarding the veils and levels of distortion existing on and above your world during the transition from Lemuria to Atlantis. Both the Alpha Draconians and the Orions had fleets of ships orbiting the Earth during this period. The ships were largely in fourth density. The two groups had a loose alliance based on trading of technology in exchange for keeping hostilities at bay. One of the technologies they had developed was a high-intensity electromagnetic beam capable of disrupting the etheric fields around the Earth. In order to keep their enemies from coming to Earth, they created a force field using this technology. This field not only kept incoming ET groups at bay, but it created a distortion in the Akashic field surrounding the Earth. Although the main library of Akasha does not have a location in time and space, this area above Earth's atmosphere constituted a portal into the Akashic. This is one of the reasons retrieving information during this time period has been so difficult. Another important factor to consider here, and one that has been written about in your books, is the quarantine that went into effect after the destruction of Lemuria. Because the vibratory level of humans had dropped so significantly, Earth was no longer considered a safe and desirable place on which to settle peaceful, loving groups. To prevent the Orions and Draconians from corrupting astral and etheric civilizations on neighbouring worlds, a force field was put into place by the 7th density Pleiadians to keep Earth's business confined to Earth. this veil was not lifted until approximately 1987 AD, the time known as harmonic convergence. Once Earth's instability settled down after the destruction of Lemuria, the Draconians landed and attempted to proliferate, but had a hard time in their reptilian bodies. They then resorted to incarnating through the surviving Lemurians on a relatively stable landmass in what is now the Atlantic Ocean. At the same time, groups of Pleiadians saw the opportunity to once again settle the Earth, and they came as well despite the quarantine. The councils of Rigel and Betelgeuse from Orion also came, and they found the atmosphere of the Earth nearly ideal for rapid proliferation. The DNA of the survivors was now primarily Orion, with some Sirian, Andromedan and Draconian energy as well. As the new civilization began to emerge, the Pleiadian, Orion and Draconian DNA began to mutate, and the new beings became more scientific and intellectual in their evolution. Thus began the first period of Atlantis. These humans still had the reptilian brain, but their cerebral cortex also contained elements of higher Pleiadian virtues and understanding. A civilization began to develop that is very much like the one that exists today, with all manner of technological achievements. The higher Pleiadian mind, combined with the passion of the Orions and the competition of the Draconians, resulted in a structured world of machines and great architecture. Michael and his legions, having been humbled by their mistakes of times past, once again tried to influence the more evolved souls of Atlantis. The councils of Rigel, having backed off during Earth's instability, once again took an interest in what was happening. In addition to the large numbers of their people incarnating into human form, they maintained a presence in spacecraft above the Atlantean continent. Obviously, the quarantine had not worked, and once again Earth was a magnet for all sorts of savoury and unsavoury characters. The first period of Atlantis came to a partial halt during the end of the Grand Cycle in approximately 50,000 BC. However, the civilization was rebuilt, and the final period of Atlantis began. There is much fairly accurate information about Atlantis in several of your channeled writings, including the works of Alice Bailey and Edgar Cayce. We will not duplicate that effort. We will say, however, that the downfall of the second Atlantis occurred in about 23,200 BC and was due to the misuse of crystalline energy generation systems. We will give a brief accounting of how this transpired. About 2,000 years before the end of Atlantis, the Atlanteans developed radionics devices using quartz crystals. They were able to generate all the energy they needed for virtually every part of their civilization. This energy was powerful enough to tempt the unsavory aspects of the society. Several Atlantean scientists made deals with Orion groups orbiting the Earth, trading technology in an attempt to gain superiority. This is similar to what is occurring today between certain Earth factions and the Zeta Reticulans. The Orion-based insurgents wanted greater and greater power from the energy-generating crystals, and they began engineering them to be used as weapons. They never got the chance to wage war because one of the particularly strong crystal generators exploded, sinking the continent and most of her inhabitants. Only a tiny handful escaped in airships, and an even smaller number in sea-going vessels. Over 90% of those that tried to escape by sea were drowned in massive tsunamis. Those that fled in airships relocated to what is now Central and South America, as well as Egypt. This channel has discovered that nearly all of the people he works with in past life remembrance and healing sessions had an integral part in the downfall of Atlantis. We, the founders, remained largely in observation mode as usual during this period. It was our perception that what really destroyed Atlantis was an imbalance between the head and the heart. The scientifically orientated hybrids of the Atlantean period had once again suppressed their emotions in a manner similar to the Luciferians, and in so doing, most Atlanteans lost their ability to discern between energies that were supportive of spiritual growth and those that merely led to the accumulation of physical, astral, and etheric power. Had the inhabitants of Atlantis been balanced in their emotional and mental bodies, they would have seen what was happening and been able to take steps to prevent it. We see a similar scenario being played out in your modern world today. We will say that you are very close to where you were at the time of the destruction of Atlantis. However, there are two important differences. The divine dispensation is allowing a large number of souls to awaken to higher states of consciousness today, and there are many benevolent ET groups that are closely monitoring the state of affairs on your world and will act in an instant to prevent large-scale nuclear war. In addition, these groups have sophisticated technologies that can detect exotic and unusual weapons before they are tested. We have not yet covered a very important part of your history, that of the Egyptian, Biblical and Greek periods. There is another player in the drama that forcefully shaped the cultures emerging after Atlantis, and that was the Syrians. In the next section, we will examine the role of the Syrians in Jewish, Christian and Greek mythology. In addition, we will offer our perspective on what really happened during the time of Jesus, who he was, what he actually did, and where the distortions lie in the official historical accounting. We will also take a brief look at the Aztec, Toltec and Mayan cultures at a later date. We are the founders. This is the end of part 4.
Our History Explained. 5 and 6 of this information has been scrubbed from YouTube. Apologies. Being fractal in all aspects of our lives will be the true restoration of our existence, which will also reconnect our lost connection to Source / plus and minus charge, Mother, Father Prime Creator / God. Contract understanding. Humans were created by a collective called the Seeders, which derive from God / Mother, Father Prime Creator / Source / plus and minus charge / energy / plasma, who by inhabit 11th density, as they were the first few forms of light ever created, in this equilibrium of expansion. Thus the term sovereign, as we were created by divine hands. This contract was violated by the Draco Saga, Anunnaki, Greys. The Anunnaki are a race who derive from Grey and Draco, as a hybrid of the two. They were created to make peace between these two fractions that live in the Nebu star galaxy. They all violated the contract the Seeders had, which resulted in violating our sovereign world. However, this has all been corrected now. We are able to live and be the love our Creator sought us to be. This moment of violation is said to be the moment Adam or Eve fell prey to the seduction of the reptilian, which brought the duality of good and evil upon this planet, biting from the apple of the forbidden knowledge, as it were. Allowed all this to take place. All caused due to those losing centripetal force, whereby the actions of those involved in this catastrophe was acted in centrifugal force, which eventually causes all forms of creation that follow this principle to be their own destruction / death, due to the lack of centripetal force, which means eventually the plasma / charge / energy will dissipate, and therefore be no more. Negentropy is the way life holds together, which is how all universes decide to live by, and so should we. Here is a history account of the roles the races played within the duality generated by consent. Our History Explained. Here is the breakdown of Draco, Anunnaki, Grey history which influenced our history for humans on Earth. These are the roles the Draco/Anunnaki played when they invaded our sovereignty. Our law explained. The difference of law clearly states which one refers to in regards to their stance in the universe. For fractal perfected living, we can clearly see common law speaks to the living sovereign, which is what we are. Sovereign, due to being created by divine hands, which were the seeders, who derive from 11th density. Common law, constitution, honors the living/sovereign, fractal law. Whereas we can see maritime law, corporate law, refers to the dead entity/dead fiction, relaying where one stands within the universe, serving the dead instead of the living. Due to the definition one's composition derives from, created by God or not. This will all see mold in the new future, as everyone will be honored/restored to their rightful place and glorified in the creation that God gave everything, which is life. Negentropy, shareable wave, fractal living, common law, constitution, serves the sovereign, living, God. Maritime law, Federal Reserve, corporation, serves the fiction, dead, Satan. Well-being, oxygen levels explained. Here we are briefly speaking on the main cause for disease, which is the comparison of oxygen to CO2 levels. This has been the hidden agenda from the beginning, before time began for Earth, which was to try terraform this planet to their conditional needs, in order to roam on the face of the Earth. Here we have examples of ancient trees still remaining, which show the magnitude of their size, demonstrating the life we all should be living. We currently sit at 3% oxygen currently, whereas we need to be at 18%, as it is our optimal level, which we should be living at. Humans would scale to this ratio we see alongside trees in these examples. Anti-gravity, propulsion, consciousness, driving crafts. How propulsion works, using golden mean. If you pump a liquid in a golden mean ratio spiral, on a torus accurately, with high inertia, it could be a liquid or magnetic flux. You create propulsion. This is how the Nazi bell, the Hannibal flew. Visualizing, for example, a single Hebrew alphabet letter, you're controlling the angle of the torus field, whereby controlling the tilt angle of that toroidal domain. Domain means God. By controlling the magnetic tilt angle of the torus, magnetic donut, also the same reference for your electric field of your optical cortex. Focusing on a single Hebrew alphabet letter, you're putting that donut at a particular tilt angle, whereby if you throw those donuts accurately, visualize two symbols exactly opposing, like the ophonym, Enochian alphabet, to cast a spell in a room. What happens is, those donuts from 4 directions use names for the word God, converge at center, which can cause the air pressure of the room to change, which could blow the doors off. Also, people can experience being dizzy when these rituals take place, because the charge implosion is casting a dream spell. That is what a spell is. You created a centripetal field. Controlling a craft with consciousness, you use the tilt axis of the toroid to control the direction, such as up, down, left, right. Enabled by the various angles, the golden mean ratio spiral that takes shape inside a torus field. Visual examples of this: various directions the golden mean ratio spiral inhabits inside the torus are displayed to the right. To our right, we have the ring that will rule them all from Lord of the Rings. The language written on this ring was the Enochian alphabet, also known as the angel alphabet. The geometry of these written letters around the ring are golden mean ratio, created via golden mean ratio spiral shadows within the torus. This cosmetic was a coherent implosive black hole due to the constants being gold, which is golden mean ratio, and the written letters combined enables energy/charge/plasma to become implosive/centripetal at center, whereby those with pure intention and imploding DNA can wield its power due to charge implosion of the body and the ring, generating greater leverage on the electromagnetic grid. May the force be with you, Luke. Correcting DNA of food source, crop circles are messages telling us how the world works with simple geometry, which are golden mean ratio, reminding us that everything works in symbiosis with one another due to the understanding of how the universe works by demonstrating sacred geometry. The term shareable wave is key to the greater understanding for how everything lives in the same space, coherently, without collision. This is because of perfected embeddability, which is demonstrated in sacred geometry patterns, as they are the assimilation of golden mean ratio geometry, such as platonic solids, reassembled in different designs/arrays, nested inside one another, demonstrating non-destructive charge collapse/perfected embeddability. These patterns enable electromagnetic energy/charge/plasma to become coherent/implosive/centripetal within this space because of its geometry and frequency they entail, providing the underpinning key of universal law understanding by demonstrating perfected non-destructive charge collapse, by demonstrating how sacred geometry enables this coherence, which enables all life to take flight. Proven in prior examples, from the construction of the blood cell to the atom. The golden mean spiral is the pattern/key to understanding perfected non-destructive charge collapse, aka life force, infinite energy/charge/plasma compression, as it's the key to understand how energy becomes compressed non-destructively, allowing energy/plasma/transverse waves/charge/inertia to find a way out by going superluminal/longitudinal, which enables this equilibrium to take place, whereby energy/charge/plasma that enters this space becomes sorted at center, centripetal, whereby at the DNA level, all crops being harvested become sorted at center, centripetal, negentropic, restored to order from disorder within this space of coherence, from a lifetime of distortion, making it sacred once again, harmonizing our relationship with all life. Becoming an ascended master. An ascended master is someone engaging in the Bliss process, which braids your DNA until it becomes fully coherent in its form, which is referred to as toroidal DNA, which are shown in the examples to our right. Bliss process. Apply golden mean ratio to all aspects of your life. Following these practices connects you to the collective unconscious commune of saints, which guides you throughout your life, which is the guidance of God, meaning an individual guided by God, not needing governance, as the mind will be governed by Bliss and God of their own accord. A society out of balance of mind, body, spirit, requires a government, as the term refers to governing the mindless, then the mindful, which is what one is when following all practices of golden mean ratio into their life. Mindful Walk life fully in golden mean ratio in all aspects of living, and life will show its true presence to you. Heaven on earth. Meaning of life, pure embedding, Heavi, heaven, ancestral memory, communion of saints, electrically, longitudinal plasma array, lucid dreaming song tracks. It's about being able to embed into a longer array, communion of saints, and that nest of memory, entering all aspects of your life with golden mean ratio applied, is perfected living. Here is the overview of what we have witnessed and understood, plus implosion, plus how shamans steer tornadoes, plus therapy.net healing plasma, plus an elemental, and an angel, plus life force, inside a seed, plus what survives death, plus out-of-body visions / lucid dreaming, plus all action at a distance, stargates, plus how hydrogen makes gravity, why objects fall to the ground, plus how Gaia, Earth's Schumann field, become negentropic, plus how a soul forms in, imploding, DNA, bliss, fusion in the blood, plus how the Nazi bell, Hannibal flu, plus the principle of 0-point, vacuum energy, plus the physics of consciousness itself, plus the physics of ascension, longitudinal aura array distribution, plus how body parasites, astral parasites, ET parasites get toasted. Solution to living life as a sovereign. Living perfected. Acknowledging we are a family referred to as the human race. Just like an organism, every cell works together to live happily, whereas cells that don't work together are considered a cancer to the organism. This simple analogy underpins how we should act. Shareable wave of harmonic inclusiveness, that is infinite in its expansion of expression. This starts with living by the simple principles we all live by, which every individual will be empowered with all that knowledge and wealth in the honor of all that is creation. This means we must become the teacher, farmer, healer, warrior, lover, carer, reminder, in order to walk in full sovereignty, known as continuity learning, where all beings from the planet are honored to the greatest extent that one will be informed who you are as a soul. Fractal relationship with all life, fractal clothing, fractal food, fractal kinesthetics, fractal astral hygiene, fractal housing. Solution to living life as a sovereign. Living perfected. Where to start? Here's where we begin and end, in one simple solution for all. This is just a template, enabling everyone to be involved in creating, because we are a family, the human race, whose job is to protect their beautiful home, and sentient life, that homes here. Firstly, the template for the fractal housing. To our right are some fractal designs. These designs are called sacred geometry, as they obtain the same mathematical sequence pattern, called golden mean ratio, which enables coherence / implosion / centripetal force of energy / charge / plasma, to become perfected in their state of origin, known as negentropy. This large-scale home will provide perfected distribution efficiency of electricity, braid and implode all DNA, heal all diseases and enable the ability to live immortal. Building this home on a ley line will enable perfected energy / charge / plasma distribution across the planet / implode DNA, heal everything around the planet. Just as we witnessed with the Giza pyramids, healing someone in 2 visits, which was having herself being restored/sorted at center, due to the equilibrium the geometry of the pyramids obtain and other factors, driving what is known as golden mean ratio, which enables self-organizing, self-replicating, negentropy, life force, infinite compression, that enables all forms of energy/charge/plasma within its radius to be brought back to centripetal alignment. Fractality. This is the key to understanding how we will solve all issue across the planet. This template can be replicated in various areas across the earth, but the key is, we must come together as one family under God/Mother, Father Prime Creator and live in peace. The cause of separation is destroying this equilibrium from taking place. This design also provides a barrier against parasites for good. Also to mention, these designs should honor the elements of our world, as we live in symbiosis with all plasma beings. This can be built with 3D printing for all the labor. It will be the planning that will take a little time, but during that time, we should all spend that time gathering together in embrace for this grand adventure we all deserve to live in. It will be fit for the title we are, which is divine royalty, due to the DNA library we possess. Architecture examples. Solution to living life as a sovereign. Living perfected. Visual example. This visual understanding allows one to understand the size and magnitude the housing would commandeer, as the beauty of our home should be represented by the title we bestow. Divine royalty. Due to the DNA library we possess, these visuals are showing the template we should follow across all ley lines. Honoring all sovereigns in all builds, as we are a family and share this space on this beautiful planet together in everything we do. Fractal astral hygiene. Solution to living life as a sovereign. Living perfected. Being aware of astral hygiene is very important in the world where one is governed by God, collective unconsciousness, commune of saints, whereby you live immortal by your alignment, because you are centripetal, which is the opposite definition of death, which is someone losing centripetal force, as thus the spin rate of infinite charge dissipates, due to loss of charge radiance. This practice is the sovereign's way to govern all minds, by oneself's path, which encourages one to become mindful/self-aware of all actions/consciousness, which holds the moral expression of how one's own desires to live. This is the route to becoming the governor of your own mind, instead of needing a government who governs the mindless, which is those without consciousness/soul/spirit, whereas following the astral hygiene core principles enables one to take this control back for themselves. This is stimulated through the Bliss processes, which enables the DNA to braid, which in turn is awareness of energy/charge, plasma, also known as consciousness. This process encourages parasitic energies/charge/plasma to become fully destroyed within your every essence/torus/aura field. As the saying goes, only the shareable wave exists. Those who sort themselves into order get to go on, period. This is a process to remove evil from body, mind, spirit.
I know I'll never find another good match the love you're giving to me.
Fractal kinesthetics. Solution to living life as a sovereign. Living perfected. Kinesthetics are the ways in which the body, mind and spirit learn to walk with grace, which is the charge implosion, charge radiance, golden mean frequency that furthers the connection/relationship of all life force, starting from the cells in your body. Being a sovereign means owning all responsibility of every essence of your being in all decisions of expression of life. This means becoming the warrior of peace through strength. We must all be empowered to be the force of love God intended, with no restrictions, whereby the relationship of empowerment starts with being given the strength to defend against all odds, as the shareable can never be destroyed. This empowerment with grace, through practices that encourage body, mind and spirit to be entwined, is essential to honoring the beauty we are. The saying goes, we are only as strong as our weakest link. Fractal food. Solution to living life as a sovereign. Living perfected. Fractal food. Food production is all our responsibility. All must take part/care for, as she, Earth, takes care of us. This bond of mutual respect, which is the equilibrium of all life, enables the relationship between one to another to become connected with the land/earth/life, enabling centripetal alignment, embeddability perfected. This controlled and managed farming will be required by all by a rota, as it is a key understanding of being a family, whereby there will be no jobs. It will be honoring the communion of the family's core values that maintains well-being for all living sentient beings in all creation, by our birthright of being divine royalty as a race, due to the library of dexterity of our DNA and sacred right by the hands of our Creator, whereby we live in the honor as the sovereigns we are, in all relationships with our planet. Fractal clothing. Solution to living life as a sovereign. Living perfected. Clothing plays a major role in our ability to maintain charge radiance, as the wrong dielectric means you'll be bleeding charge instead of sorting it. Rule: anything natural is fractal. Hemp is suggested to be the best dielectric constant. The plant itself enables connection to fifth density above conscious space. This is because every human has a hypercannabinoid system in their head to directly encourage spiritual enlightenment, starving the brain from a substance that's built by the seeders, God, plus and minus charge/mother, Father Prime Creator for you to use, is partly why everyone lacks connectivity, lacking the right conductivity. Fractal relationships. Solution to living life as a sovereign. Living perfected. Law on continuity refers to all information, knowledge being transparent and shared to all ages, as there is no higher authority than God, as we are all equal, as everyone is a fractal extension of God, whereby everyone should be respected as such. Knowledge is information borrowed from all of creation. We must follow the infinite expansion of expression, which God gave all life to follow. This is perfected living, letting life breathe its own expression into the infinite expansion of creation. Being a family, protector of our own home world, through peace through strength, we will be the masters of peace in the art of war, as the universal law shows us, that life is condemned to negentropy, not chaos, so each human born on earth will be granted with the blessings that God has shown us within the expression in our geometry of expression, shown at the blood cell level, whereby we witness a heart within a heart. Which is to say, be the love you are made to be. Showing love to be the driving force for all life. Whereby knowing this, we will bridge the lost beauty this planet first had before all this chaos occurred. Animals are our light brothers and sisters, who are taking the voyage of living as an animal through the soul experience of expression, which is life. We must be the protectors of everything that lives on our sacred world and show the universe the beauty of our existence in coherence with all. fractal relationship with all life, animals, plants, star brother sisters, creator, God, spirit, self. Fractal architecture enables infinite sustainability of charge, implodes DNA. Fractal diet, charge radiance and energy consumption is key to sustaining life force, charge spin rate. Fractal clothing, increase charge radiance, centripetal force, life force. Fractal astral hygiene, this is your must-dos, in order to sustain self-governance, mindfulness, bliss process. Fractal kinesthetic, connect body, mind and spirit in the walk of charge implosion, which is enabled by grace. Following this guide to how life is meant to be expressed for all in bliss, we would all share roles of caring for the collective. Taking part in all roles of this continuum enables all to become the strongest, as this unity enables infinite expansion, where one shares their success to the collective and allowing the collective to all rise, and so on is the approach to life. These are the fundamentals that will enshrine all brothers and sisters are living their best life. But outside this collective care, you are urged to find your soul's purpose in this time you share with us, with the gifts bestowed with you, honoring everyone in all its expression, where we don't idle anyone or thing but the creation which God has enabled all us to experience, which is life. Thank you for watching. Blessing be upon you all for this information brought to me for me to share with you. Here are the inspirations of wisdom I share with all of you light brothers and sisters. May the future be a bright one from here on out. Blessings. But especially a big thank you for most of my influence of coherent understanding that I'm able to share with you today. Thank you, Dan Winters. This is an inspiration of your teachings. Blessings. Blessings to one and all. Remember, the universe is condemned to negentropy.